Com Committee members, if you'll go ahead and take your seats, we're going to get started.
You want everyone to know what you're doing. Oh, I'll sit down.
Yes, sit down. All right, good morning and welcome to the joint House and Senate Special Education Funding Committee. Today, we're looking forward to discussing all of the aspects of funding special education. This is where we want to bring all of our questions. Committee members, you have an incredible notebook that Gabrielle put together for you. Thank you, Gabrielle. And I would encourage you to find a piece of paper that you want to, oh, it's in the back? There's blank pages in the back. She's thought of everything. And what I would like you to do throughout the meeting is ask questions, write questions down. And Craig Nicewander is here, and we're happy to have him because some of the technical things we may need to bring up Craig for those, or John Hess is here. But before we officially take off and begin, I'd like to go around the room and please introduce yourself. You can say, introduce yourself, and if you serve on education, that would be great. And so we'll start with Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Straub. I represent 12 central, southern, and western Kansas counties, and I serve on the Senate Education Committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Senator Beverly Gossage. I serve on the Senate Committee for Education, but I'm also a former teacher and district manager for Sylvan Learning Centers and homeschooled my youngest of my 4 children who was severely dyslexic. Thank you for being here this morning.
Good morning. I'm Senator Dinah Sykes. I serve as the Senate Minority Leader, and I serve as Ranking Member on Education and represent the 21st District in Johnson County.
Good morning, Senator Renee Erickson, Senate District 30, which is East Wichita. I am the Vice Chair of the Senate Education Committee.
Good morning. I'm Senator Molly Baumgardner. I represent the 37th Senate District, which is southern Johnson County and northern Miami County. I am Chair of Senate Education, and my background is I'm a 4th-generation educator, married to an educator. I'm a former high school professor and also community college professor. Thank you for being here. We look forward to a robust discussion.
I'll go last.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Kyle Hoffman. I represent the 116th District, South Central Kansas, and I'm on the K-12, the Vice Chair of the K-12 Budget Committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Sean Tarwater, District 27, Southeast Johnson County, and I'm on the K-12 Budget Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Representative Adam Thomas, the 26th District, Olathe, Spring Hill, and a little bit of Overland Park. And I serve on the K-12 Budget Committee and the Education Policy Committee, and was a substitute fill-in this last year, and had a great time with the folks in my district. Thank you.
Good morning. Representative Valdenia Wynn from Kansas City, Kansas, 34th District. I'm the ranking on K-12, and I'm also on higher education. And in my other life, I'm professor of history at Kansas City, Kansas Community College, and also serve on USD 500 School Board. So glad you're here. I know we have some outside, so I hope the mics are on so everyone can hear us. And looking forward to seeing you today. Thank you.
And I'm Representative Christy Williams, and I'm so glad that some of you shared a little bit of your education background. We also have former teachers, administrators, and school board members here as well, and higher ed, Johnson County as well here. And I also am a former school teacher and keep my licensure, and have 4 children that have all gone through the public schools and universities, and serve Augusta, Andover area, the 77th District. For our awesome staff that's here today, let's start with Gabrielle and work our way around.
Good morning. My name is Gabrielle Hull. I'm a fiscal analyst with legislative research assigned to the KSDE budget and House K-12 Education Budget Committee.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Farmer, also with legislative research. I staff the House Education Committee.
Hi, I'm Molly Pratt. I am a fellow with the Kansas Legislative Research Department, and I staff the Special Claims Committee and this Education Committee.
I'm Tamara Lawrence with the Revisor of Statutes Office, and I staff the Senate Education Committee and the K-12 Education Budget Committee in the House.
Good morning. My name is Jill Walters, and I staff the House Appropriations Committee, the Higher Ed Budget Committee on the House side, and I dabble in other things, but glad to see you here and glad to be here. Thank you.
And we do have some technicians. Go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Good morning. My name is Dusty Ralston. I am with Broadcasting Services. Thanks for having us.
Same here, Dennis Nicholson. I'm with Broadcasting Services.
And last but not least,
I'm Deborah Bremer. I'm the committee assistant.
okay, so great to have everyone here. It is going to be a fun, full-packed day with lots of data, lots of facts. So again, the committee, prepare yourself and maintain all the questions that you may have. Craig, I hope you don't mind hopping up to the microphone when need be, or send someone else in your stead. And we do have someone, Representative Owsley. You want to introduce yourself?
Jared Owsley, House District 24, and running on Senate time this morning. Thank you.
All right, bright and early, here we go. We're going to begin with a special education overview. Gabrielle Hull is our analyst, and she's put together some white papers for us, and we'll walk through these. Craig, if you'd just be on hand, because some of the questions will refer to Gabrielle, and some of the questions might go directly to Craig. So let's go ahead and proceed through it, and then at the end, we'll take questions, so please write them down, highlight as you go. Senator Straub. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. So if someone could help, right? Perfect. All right, Gabrielle, we are ready.
All right, good morning, committee. We're going to focus on the memo you have in your binder. You also have 5 other printouts with some data on them. I won't go through, 4. I won't go through each of them, but I'll touch on some key points. So starting with that memo, current law provides for special education state aid in the form of reimbursement for excess costs associated with providing special education services. Those excess costs include, but aren't limited to, Medicaid replacement state aid, catastrophic aid, transportation aid, and special education teacher aid. The next document in your packet does show the amounts attributable to each of those categories I mentioned. Still on the memo, KSA 72-3422 that Tamara will probably touch on does set the reimbursement rate for special education state aid, also known as categorical aid, at 92% of total state excess costs, but provides for prorating state aid if the appropriation for special education state aid does not equal 92%. Federal aid for special education has remained relatively static with the exception of our COVID-19 specialized funding for that purpose. It's provided directly to school districts and through KSDE. Receipt of federal aid does require a maintenance of effort by the state. That means that expenditures for special education in the current fiscal year must be at least as much as expenditures for special education in the prior year. Fiscal years for the maintenance of effort can be either federal fiscal years or state fiscal years at the discretion of the state. Still on the first page, we're under the second header. As enacted, the Kansas School Equity and Enhancement Act includes special education weighting. The weighting is calculated by dividing the amount of special education state aid a district receives by the base state aid for student excellence for the current school year. That resulting quotient is the special education weighting, and it is added to the school district's weighted full-time FTE enrollment. That weighting does not increase the amount of state foundation aid a school district is entitled to. The purpose of the weighting is to increase the amount of school districts' total foundation aid for the purpose of calculating their LOB. And I'm going to move forward to the second page. under the next header. The Federal Individuals with Disability Act, I'll refer to that as IDEA, requires states to provide special education services to children with disabilities between the ages of 3 and 21. That includes children with developmental delays, hearing or visual impairments, emotional disturbance, or autism, just as a few examples. IDEA requires each special education student to receive an individualized education plan, or IEP, that identifies the services to be provided to that student. In Kansas, the Special Education for Exceptional Children Act, or SECA, was enacted in 1974. And it's generally the same as federal law, but does have some additional special education requirements that are listed there on page 2. Those are identifying and providing services to gifted students, using interventions in the regular education classroom before referring a student to special education, and providing special education services to children who reside in the district but attend a private school. Moving on to eligibility for special education. Before a child is determined to be eligible for special education services, there's a two-pronged test of eligibility that must be met. That is outlined both in IDEA and SECA. Initial evaluation of a child must include a variety of assessment tools and strategies to gather functional, developmental, and academic information. That would include information provided by the parent in the classroom, developmental, and academic information. The content of a child's IEP includes information related to the involvement of the child in the evaluation if it's appropriate. So not all children will participate in that process, but if it's appropriate, they can. KSDE does also prepare a Kansas Special Education Process Handbook. In the back of your folder, there's an additional resource tab, and it is linked there for your reference. That handbook outlines 2 methods for evaluation. The first being the child's response to scientific, research-based intervention, and 2, a pattern of strengths and weaknesses outlined in federal regulations in identifying children with specific learning disabilities. In Kansas, both methods are allowable and appropriate to be used in determining eligibility. I'm going to move forward to page 3. Referring back to that 2-prong approach I mentioned, pages 3 and 4 review prong 1. For prong 1, the evaluation team reviews initial evaluation data to determine whether a child has an exceptionality. A child evaluated as having one of the 13 categories of disability outlined below, and who by reason thereof require special education services would qualify as a child with a disability. Those 13 categories are listed on pages 3 and 4. I won't read through each, but would draw your attention to the 3rd document in your binder. It does break down the number of special education students that fall into each category. Moving to page 4. The most common category of disability in Kansas is specific learning disability, or SLD. According to Congressional Research Service, that is also the most common category nationwide. The second most common category in Kansas, as well as nationwide, is speech and language impairments, and those definitions are both on page 4. Additionally, IDEA adds the option to include developmental delay as a 14th disability category, limited to children 3 through 9. At the discretion of the state. That category includes children with developmental delays, 3 through 9, who experience developmental delays in at least one of the following areas: physical development, cognitive development, communication development, social or emotional development, or adaptive development, and for that reason require special education and related services. Kansas does include the option for that 14th category. Moving on to prong 2, still on page 4. The second prong of the eligibility test is determining whether the child needs special education and related services as a result of their exceptionality. By definition, special education means specially designed instruction. Specifically designed instruction means adapting the content, methodology, or delivery of instruction to address the unique needs of that child that result from the child's exceptionality to ensure access of the child to the general education curriculum in order to meet educational standards that apply to all children. Prior to referral for an initial evaluation, the school must have database documentation of the 4 bullets listed on page 5. That documentation would need to include providing appropriate instruction to the child in the regular classroom environment that was delivered by qualified personnel, repeatedly assessing the child's academic achievement at reasonable intervals, which reflect formal assessment of the child's progress during instruction, providing assessment results to the child's parents or guardian, and assessment results indicating an evaluation for special education is appropriate. If the evaluation team does determine the child has a need for adapted content, methodology, or delivery of instruction, and that need is so great that it cannot be provided in the regular classroom environment without the support of special education, the team may determine that the child needs special education and related services. Once a child is identified as a child with a disability, the determination of services to be provided are based on that specific child's needs, not the child's category of disability. Children do not need to be identified with a specific label for a particular service they receive. The next section is going to be on IEPs. Once a child has met the conditions for that 2-prong approach, an individualized education plan or IEP would be developed. An IEP is defined as a written statement for each student with an exceptionality, which describes the children's educational program, and it is developed, reviewed, and revised in accordance with federal and state special education laws and regulations. The IEP can include parents, school professionals, the student when it's appropriate, and personnel from other agencies as appropriate if there would be a need to address transition for the student. The IEP should assist the child in meeting goals and standards of the educational system, as well as identified post-secondary goals. The IEP details services for each individual child and defines measurable annual goals as well. The IEPs are reviewed at least once a year to determine whether the annual goals for the child are being achieved and whether it is appropriate to revise the IEP. In developing the IEP, there are several factors the team should consider. I won't read through the paragraphs for each, but on page 5 through 7, they are listed. Some of those would be the strengths of the child and concerns of the parents for enhancing the education of the child, any behavioral concerns, communication needs, and for children with disabilities, that would include Braille, the need for assistive technology, and extended school year services. We are currently on page 7. The content of the IEP will include evaluation data for a child with an exceptionality, and it must identify each of the child's education needs that result from that exceptionality. It should also provide baseline information and describe how the exceptionality impacts the child's participation and progress in the general education curriculum. The IEP for each exceptional child must include a statement of the child's present levels of academic achievement and functional performance, including how the child's disability or giftedness affects the child's involvement and progress in general education curriculum, and for children that take alternative assessments aligned with alternative achievement standards, there would be a description of benchmarks or short-term objectives for that child. The IEP must also include the following items that are listed on pages 7 through 9. Again, I won't read through all of them, but some of those are measurable annual goals, measuring and reporting progress, the statement of special education and related services, and the least restrictive environment for the child. I will mention your binder also includes a document that shows special education student enrollment compared to total student enrollment. And with that, I would stand for questions.
So I want the committee to just take a moment, and we're not going to take questions yet. I want you to take about a minute and process everything you just heard and think about what questions you may have. I don't want you to rush right yet. So just look at your papers. All right, committee, great job with the overview. There is a lot of information. So let's take some time and ask questions. Remember, we have Craig here as well. If it's a technical question that might be more in-depth, remember Gabrielle she's our research analyst. She brings the information to us. She's not going to be able to tell you necessarily why. So we can start with Gabrielle and then Craig can follow up on any of those questions. So we'll open with questions. Yes, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has actually recently been brought to my attention that there is a first grade classroom here in Kansas, and to protect those involved in the situation, I won't name the school, but there's a first grade classroom where over a third of the students are not performing at grade level for phonics. So the entire classroom is redoing kindergarten phonics. In fact, some of the children in the classroom learned these phonics skills in preschool. How do we ensure that a first grade classroom is receiving first grade level instruction and not just teaching to the smaller population in that classroom that likely has IEPs that aren't performing at that grade level?
Sure. So without knowing the specific details, and of course, KSDE can expound upon this, in this situation, a student may not qualify for special education just because they are struggling academically. They would need to fit into a category of disability. So the students may be struggling to meet academic proficiency, and that is an issue separate from having an exceptionality. For example, a student may be struggling with phonics because they struggle with hearing loss. That would qualify them for IEP services and for special education. But if a student didn't fall into one of those categories, that would be a separate issue.
More questions, committee? Yes, Senator Sykes and then Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Gabrielle. So a lot of, looking back at other committees that we've had, we hear that FTE number of 29,000, and as I'm looking at the chart, we actually have over 88,000 students. So can you talk a little bit about that? And then I have a follow-up question.
Certainly. I'm going to spoil Craig's presentation a little bit later, but we do have a few different categories of students for special education. That unweighted FTE number is really important for our consensus process, and that would be that 29,000 number, but isn't really representative of how many students there are. A lot of special education students are not getting services the entire day, and they would need to get those services all day to qualify as a full-time equivalent. So we do have a headcount enrollment that is that 88,000 number you mentioned, and those would be the students that may leave the classroom for an hour, for example, to go meet with a paraprofessional, or they may be meeting with a para for half of the day and don't qualify for that full-time enrollment.
Okay, and just a follow-up question on that, knowing that the FTE and whatever. So, and maybe this is for Craig, and I also see some teachers, but help me understand some of the other responsibilities that those SPED teachers have other than direct instruction, and if that's better later.
That question may be better for KSDE. They can certainly speak to the wide variety of services that they need to provide to special education services. A lot of what they do is delivering those services, but there could be other responsibilities specific to a child's disability. So I'll let KSDE provide some more detail on that one.
And I would also just note in our agenda, we have Kyle Carlin here. Is Kyle here? All right, Kyle is representing the West Central Kansas Special Education Cooperative, and so he probably has some hands-on information and can answer that question. So Kyle, if you would take note of that and hit that one, that would be wonderful. Any other questions, Senator?
Thank you. I appreciate that, trying to get that 88,000 and 29, all of those numbers,
Yes.
and what those teachers actually
Absolutely.
do. So thank you.
I circled around that over and over and over. And then, of course, it's just, for example, like one of my kids had a speech need. And so she had therapy, but she was only there for maybe 30 minutes 2 times a week. So that she would have been counted in that 88,000 students, but she was in regular ed all the time except for her speech language therapist. Yes, sure.
Actually, maybe think of another. So I know there are some students who have multiple exceptionalities, like they may have gifted, and then they may need speech. Do they get separate IEPs, or do they only count as one student? in that 88. So
they would not be double counted in the 88,000. And I don't think they would require 2 separate IEPs. Craig can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding we don't double count those students if they're getting more than one service.
So, but that could make that number much more larger based on what those teachers are having to do, possibly.
Certainly, it is possible that the services for that particular child would be higher due to their dual identification.
And just to remind, the 88,000 is a head count, yes. And so you might have a speech language issue. You may also have a behavioral issue. And so one IEP would address all of those items. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Gabrielle, for this. A couple of areas of just helping me wrap my head around this. So on page 4, we're talking about development delay or developmentally delayed. That's the 14th category, and the state decides whether to provide special ed funding for that category. And in Kansas, we do, and you say the state does. Is that in statute?
I think I would refer to the revisers on that. I don't know off the top of my head if that is in statute.
Okay, so I'm guessing Tamara's looking that up. I'll go ahead, Madam Chair, if that's okay. Okay, so then down below it says at least one of the following areas, and you list those there. Is that the federal definition of development delay, or is that our state guideline for category for developmental delay?
I believe it is both. So it does limit to children 3 through 9. It's at the discretion of the state whether they want to do that, but it is my understanding that that definition is both federally and for the state.
So in our state, then, we do include SEL as a developmental delay. Is that correct? If I'm looking at that list, and that's the guideline for Kansas, we do include SEL in developmental delay?
Just to make sure I understand social emotional learning.
Yes.
For 3 through 9, if they were showing social or emotional developmental delays, that may be a classification for a developmental delay. But not all students that require social emotional learning assistance would necessarily qualify. They would have to meet a certain threshold.
And is that threshold standard? Is there some standard guidelines that would, or is that just kind of up to the individual teacher, building administrator, school district? Is there, do we know, are there some guardrails on what defines that, or is that just pretty much up to the discretion of whoever's doing that evaluation on that student?
It's my understanding that it would need to be standardized at the state and federal level since they do set those guidelines. KSDE or another conferee may have more insight on what those specific guidelines are.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, if I may, on page 3, under emotional disturbance, definition is a condition exhibiting one or more of the following, etc. So if you look down to the last couple of bullets, a pervasive mood of unhappiness or depression or a tendency to develop physical symptoms or fears associated with personal or school problems. Do you have an example of that? Or who determines what a pervasive mood is? Or what are the definitions or standards by which that would classify someone as emotionally disturbed versus any other situation?
Sure. So I reviewed federal and state guidelines for this, and in both, an example was schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. There are certainly other examples, but it would really need to inhibit the child's ability to function in that regular classroom. We can get some more examples for you, though.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, great. I also have some questions if we don't have more. And so, Gabrielle, when we're looking at the the developmental delay, you provided a chart for us, which is very helpful. And on that chart, and that is the chart that has special education students by category, is that on there anywhere?
It is in alphabetical order, so it'll be the third one down.
Okay, perfect. And I see that in that case, that optional criteria that the federal the federal guidelines do not require, has gone up by, if my calculations are correct, 187% since 2012. So Craig, I'll be asking you to respond to some of these increases that we'll see. So I'll hold off on that for just a minute, but just want to come back to that because in 2003, actually, we had 3,669, and by 2022, there were 14,945. So actually, that's over a 307% increase, if I did that correctly. Over 4 times as many students are identified in this category that is not required by the federal guidelines. So we'll come back to that. The next few questions I have, I believe they're going to be for Craig. So if we could invite Craig on up. Thank you, Gabrielle. And if you'll hold tight, we'll probably come back to this great information you provided. Craig, my questions for you today are just related to what Gabrielle has shared with us, so we'll just dive right in. On page 2 of the handout provided by Gabrielle, it says providing special education services to children who reside in the district but attend a private school. How many students receive services that do not attend a public school?
I don't have that number with me, but we can get it for you.
Okay. So I'm going to keep a list of questions.
Thank you. That will help. I will try to do the same.
Okay, so not sure. All right, my next question then would be, on page number 4, when we talk about the special learning disability, SLD, dyslexia has been something near and dear to on the minds of educators as well as our legislators. Senator Baumgartner has taken a really strong position on making sure kids get help with the science of reading. So my question is, if a dyslexia qualifies, originally when we talked about this, kids that had dyslexia were not receiving services through special education. I believe we were told that it didn't really qualify under special education, but I'm assuming that there's some kind of spectrum here. Is there any way that we can know what triggers somebody with dyslexia to receive special education services?
I'll respond and I'll look to Kyle to see if he shakes his head yes or no. One of the issues in special education is that it's an individual education plan. So the triggers are not always hard and fast. They can be individualized for a specific student. So a student with dyslexia is not automatically, like many of the other categories, it's not automatically a special education diagnosis unless there is a learning disability present. And Kyle can tell me how close I was on that. If you don't mind, Madam Chair.
Okay, yes, actually, I will allow you to come up and answer this question because that number may, be a lot higher considering the number of students that are diagnosed and identified. So, Kyle, if you could just really briefly just explain how do we identify somebody with dyslexia that needs special education services versus somebody that just needs the science of reading? And what would the numbers be, Craig, in maybe that would be something you'd have to look up, the number of students that are identified with dyslexia that receive services because of that, and the number of students that are identified overall in our districts that are now receiving assistance. Kyle.
So from a child find perspective, every student with a disability, every district has a responsibility towards those students. If that is a special education IDA kind of issue, that would have to meet that two-prong approach. So we would have to do an evaluation and say there is dyslexia here and then there's a need for specially designed instruction. There are some students that have dyslexia that may be served under a 504 plan. Maybe their impact on learning isn't as great to need that specialized instruction, or maybe the interventions that are being done in the general education classroom are enough to get the progress that they're needing. But
if any student with a disability is protected under either IDEA or 504 or both.
Okay, that helps. So Craig, do we have in the dyslexia report, do we have an idea of the number of students that have been identified as being dyslexic? I know that there are different ways it's not something that necessarily a teacher can just determine. There needs to be a test for it. So I didn't know what you know on that subject.
I will find out if we have that number and send it to the committee.
Okay, great. Okay, on page number 5, Craig, individualized education plans. It says towards the bottom, the IEP details services for each individual child and defines measurable annual goals for each eligible child. IEPs are reviewed at least once a year. So can you tell me what percentage of goals of our students are being achieved?
I can't, but the individual districts record that.
Okay, is that a report that they provide to KSDE?
I'll have to check that. They turn in reports dealing with their IEPs. I don't know how detailed it is on the goals.
And I can't recall, I've read so much in the last few days. Does KSD, are you required either by statute or guidelines to share the outcomes of special education students? Or would that be similar to what is done on the website where I could pull down the tab and I could look at outcomes and I could look for special education students or I could look for free lunch students? Would that
Correct.
is there a requirement other than that?
Specific outcomes in an IEP, no, are not publicly shared because they're
Well, overall outcomes.
right. But
More of an
overall
aggregate.
outcomes for state assessments, for instance, same outcomes that you would post for all students can also be disaggregated and typically are for special education students.
Okay, I think that might be something that overall we might hit later, the idea of outcomes and how are our kids doing. On page 6, the extended school year services, I often think about summer school for our kids that are falling behind with third grade literacy. But I look at this extended school year, do we have any idea what number of students take part in extended school years? And what number of districts provide that for our special education students?
Yes, I believe we would have that number and we can get it for you.
Okay. And in addition to that, as I'm thinking about that from a funding perspective, I noticed that for this particular area, the state's only required to fund 0.3% of the instructors that are helping during this time period. And so I want to put that question before you, and you can answer it later. But notice, committee, that the question overall that's looming above us is that we're supposed to, these by statute that we put into statute ourselves as legislators, fund 92% of a total cost of special education. But throughout the guidelines, we will find, and statutes, we will find specific places that say that our responsibility is 30%. Our responsibility is 70%. Our responsibility is 85%. But all of those total costs then magically becomes 92%. So I want you to think about that question. I know it's a question I've asked you before, and maybe it's just the unparalleled, unsquared way we write legislation as a body, but that doesn't make sense to me that we're paying 92% of a whole, but we're only supposed to pay 30% of ES, the extended year. So I'll leave that one alone. And okay, for the last set of questions on what Gabrielle presented, everybody, if you would just turn to that page there on the special education students state by state category of disabilities. A few questions for you on the numbers because I found them quite startling. And I don't know if this is something that KSDE has spent some time discussing. If you've talked to KDHE about the huge balloon in the number of students. So let's kind of look at it. There's multiple pages here, and Gabrielle did just an incredible job of pulling all this information together. Let's start with autism. In fiscal year 2003, we had 1,027 students, but in 2022, it's over 5 times as many students. That's 5,928. What is causing that? So I'm going to pause there for a moment and just ask the simple question. Has the Department of Education spent time asking what is going on? And have you been in communication with the Department of Health so that you can, yes, thank you, so that at least the question's been asked?
The short answer is yes. Our program staff looks at these numbers every year, in fact, throughout the year, and is always in discussion with school districts, as well as other agencies. You mentioned KDHE, about why they might be growing. And I'll back up for just a second. You asked about the developmental delay increase in numbers. Part of that, and I can't tell you specifically what's causing the entire increase, but part of it, since it's age 3 through 9, we now have a lot more 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds coming to school. So we are more aware of needs than we would have been in 2002, 2003. I forget the year that chart started. Other areas, and autism is an example, educators learn more, researchers learn more about what constitutes a learning disability and what services could be provided to address that. And when that happens, you'll see numbers increase because we learn about more students that have a need that maybe we were not able to identify before.
Well, interesting, if everybody takes a look at it, some of the different categories are remaining steady as a general population, as you might expect or predict, but some of them are declining. Perhaps that's better nutrition and healthcare services for mothers, for children. I'm not sure, but I did notice that. And so finally on this topic here, if we look at this total special education IDA, it has gone up, I believe, by 22% and overall since 2003. But I noticed that the gifted population has gone down 33%. Why do we think that the gifted group has declined so significantly?
That I can't answer. I don't have an answer for that. I can ask with our program staff and see what they've determined.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just while I'm thinking about it, going back to developmental delay, and your hypothesis that maybe it's because we're getting them earlier, do we have a breakdown by age from the 3 to 9-year-olds so we can see the number of students in each age group that we've identified as developmentally delayed?
I'll say probably, and I'll check that and see if we can get it for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And before Senator Baumgarten goes, I am struggling keeping up with writing down all our questions. Are you doing that? No? Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. You guys are fabulous. Okay, Senator.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I serve on the IDD Waiver Modernization Committee, and we have been talking quite a bit about that explosion in autism. And I think it's important for this committee to understand that back in 2000, we were looking at 1 out of 100 to 1 out of 150 kids might be diagnosed, and that is now 1 out of roughly 44 to 45 kids. And I think back when my own children were born, that we were looking at 1 out of maybe 250 to 500 kids. And so what we're finding, not just in Kansas, but worldwide, that number, the number of children out of 100 continues to grow with regard to autism. So that is going to be something that our state, certainly in the IDD Waiver Modernization Committee, we know that that is something that will be ongoing. I think the other thing that's a little bit different with regard to autism is that children that are identified in one area of the spectrum at one point, maybe as a 5-year-old, we'll say, where they are on the spectrum will change as they continue to grow and develop. And so the needs of the district to address their specific needs is going to be important. And that leads me to a couple of questions. I too noticed that aspect that gifted has gone down dramatically. And I was curious if at any way we have looked at, when we were just looking at 2020 to present, if some of those students were students that are no longer with our public schools, because we saw that significant drop in 2020 of enrollment. And so were we losing the gifted students? And have we looked to see on that Venn diagram where the kids that are eligible for special education services, what of those have left our school districts? Do we know that?
I'll find out.
Okay. I think that's important. Continuing with gifted education, you know, when I look at the other areas of disability, as the child ages, a lot of the services they're provided are somewhat prescriptive. With regard to gifted education, is it still accurate to say that what a child receives as far as gifted assistance is dramatically different from school district to school district? And I'll use my own children as an example. One school district, they were driven from their school to a separate building, and that's where all of the gifted kids were bused. And it just depended on which schools were bused on which day of the week, but it was a full day of enriched instruction. The other school district that we were with, they received 1 hour per week. So is it still true within our state that the services provided for gifted students is dramatically different from school district to school district? Or are there any requirements or parameters for that?
I think it would be safe to say services from district to district and even student to student will be different. I don't know that I'm qualified to determine dramatically, but certainly different, yes.
Well, I think 1 hour compared to 8 hours per week would be pretty dramatic. Let's talk about hearing impairments. Are we throughout the state using, as far as signing for the child, are we using ASL throughout the state, or do we still have some districts that are using SEE?
I can't answer that directly. And I'll probably just stop there. I'll get in over my head with the assessments that are taking place now with the School for the Deaf.
Okay. Well, I'm speaking not just, I know ASL is what they're using at School for the Deaf.
Yes.
We do know that. But I'm talking about those kids that are hearing impaired, either deaf or hard of hearing. So is sign language being used in the classroom, and is it ASL or is it SEE? Do we know that?
I think I can comfortably say one solution is not used for every student. So yes, it's being used in some classrooms, but I would not believe that it's being used in every situation because different students have different needs.
Well, I think
that's Craig's opinion.
I think kids that are deaf have a specific need that they need to be communicated to. And so I'm just getting,
I agree, and my only reason for the response, not to be argumentative, is different levels of hearing loss might require different approaches to meet the need.
Agreed. Thank you. And let's get to the IEP, the required meeting, and the required review. Do we have, do we continue to have a problem of providing assistance to parents to participate? I know that amongst the deaf and hard of hearing population, where for many that is a hereditary issue, that we were not, in fact, providing sign language for the parents to attend the IEP meeting. Has that been corrected completely within the state for IEP meetings?
I can't answer for completely within the state, but I'm sure yes is the attempt is being made, and I'll just stop there. Anytime I say yes, we're doing it everywhere, somebody will find one example where I'm wrong. But I believe we are certainly trying to do that everywhere.
Well, I think it's really important for us and should be important for the Department of Education that when we are attempting to provide and to maintain the state and federal requirements for special education children, that the special needs for the parents to participate in that process must also be met.
Agreed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the chart second chart after the Gabrielle's summary. And all the questions have been going the other direction. So this header is special ed student headcount by gender, race, and ethnicity. And I'm looking at the breakdown, and there could be a 4,000 increase between 13 and 22 and a 5,000. But when you look at non-Hispanic Black, from 13 to 22, there's almost no change. Where you have 4,000, I mean, I know increase in certain populations, 5,000 for one, 2,000 for another, but no change.
I cannot explain that.
Who could explain that? How could one explain it?
I'll see what I can find out.
Okay, because it's just
I could
so
hazard a
inconsistent
guess
with
on
the.
perhaps differences in the way things are reported and so forth, but I don't think that's probably going to be the answer.
I don't think so either, because you wouldn't have a different way of reporting for one subgroup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, yes, we have Senator Straub and then Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of want to go back to earlier what Representative Williams and Senator Erickson were talking about with what age do we assess for gifted or exceptional or any special learning need? Or do we just use our current state assessments that I believe begin at third grade?
3? Is that being at age 3?
Whenever there's a reasonable suspicion of an exceptionality.
Okay.
So, and what that means is age 3 is when they become available, if that's the right word.
And
that
then
testing.
referring back to page 5, and I'm not for sure if this is from the statute, but it says the strengths of the child and concerns of the parents for enhancing the education of the child are considered in developing that IEP, correct?
Correct.
So if we have parents who have approached teachers, principals, superintendents, and that are asking to be part of the classroom and help assist with getting the rest of the kids up to grade level, do our schools have to allow the parents into the classroom to ensure that their child is getting grade level instruction? Or is the school allowed to say, no parent, you may not come into the classroom?
That is a local policy decision. The school has, the local school board has the authority to make that decision.
Okay, and if we have a parent that's concerned about getting an IEP for a first grader, but they have not had state assessments yet, and the school is telling them, we don't really assess for gifted until third grade, what can that parent do to get their child assessed for an IEP?
There is a process a parent can go through as far as who they speak with in the district and the special education co-op, if they're a part of the co-op. So they could speak with the principal, the superintendent, the director of the special education, and determine why that's the policy and if they need to consider a change.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm actually going to piggyback on your question real quick, and a question here, and then Senator Gossage, and then Senator Sykes. So on that note, you know, Senator Baumgartner mentioned, well, our gifted students, we see a significant decline, a 33% decline in gifted students. And the senator asked the question, are they leaving public schools? So my question is, if you go back to the requirement by statute that services must be provided for students in your district that are special education, if they have been identified as special education, are they, do they qualify for additional services if they exit the public school?
They qualify unless the parent chooses to sign them out of services or refuse to have services provided.
But if they go to a private school and they call their local school district and say, I'm requesting to have my special education gifted services, they would qualify.
Yes.
So that other question is the funding, just so that the committee knows. We've talked about this multiple times in K-12, but I want to say it again for the benefit of the entire committee on funding, and you can make sure that I'm saying it correctly. But when a student is enrolled in a public school and has had an IEP, is an IDA a student, whether it's gifted or whether it's another area, another category, they receive their funding, they receive their special education funding. Now let's say that student exits the school, leaves the school, but goes to another private school and requests services. That student's base aid and that student's special education weighting remains at the public school. So that's, even though they're not being educated at that public school, that weighting and the base aid, and I don't know how that trickles to all the other categories, remains, and then they can provide services. They must provide services to the school. They cannot give money directly to the school, but they must provide the services. Do you want to confirm that that is what we talked about in K-12?
I'd just clarify one thing. The base funding, you're correct, is still claimed by the public school. There is not actually a weighting assigned to a student for special education. The funding comes from the number of teachers, transportation, and so forth. So if a teacher is providing services to a student who's in a private school, if a public school teacher is providing the services to the student in the private school, the district still counts that teacher as one of their own and still receives funding. So you're correct, they still receive the special education funding. I just want to clarify it's not a student weighting. It's based on the teacher and transportation costs and those types of issues.
Sure, they don't have to adjust it downward because
Correct.
they lost 10 students and therefore they don't need these 4 teachers. They can maintain it at that level. That was a really interesting little bit of information that was shared and a lot of confusion about the funding. The funding stays at the public school when these services, but it's also good to know that parents that do decide to take their students to another location, by statute, we're required to provide those services, including the gifted students. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I'm getting in the weeds now. I apologize for that. When the child attends a private school and the parent wants services to continue, services are required to continue. The IEP team may determine, well, we can do it better this way or that way. But the services will continue, and typically it will be the public school that's providing them. I didn't want you to think the exact same thing's going to happen over here as what happened here. I'm sorry, thanks.
Thank you, and I enjoy the weeds, so thank you so much for that. I do want to say, just for the purposes of this committee, for some people who may not know, but autism definition has changed through the years, especially most recently since about 2014, 2012, particularly in 2016. We had the DSM categories, and the DSM-5 was created. And prior to that, you had DSM-4, which is the pervasive development disorder. So it was PDD. Now everything is categorized as autism. So they created what is called the autism spectrum. You've heard that. And prior to that, this was autism, that was PDD, this was something else. So it was all kind of lumped into that. So when we see this category of developmentally delayed, that used to be, again, a separate category. So we see as autism, it's not necessarily that more children have autism, but the definition changed, if that helps. The other thing I would like to ask under, if I may, under deaf and blind, are these receiving services at like our blind schools or our deaf schools? Are they included in that number, or are these children that are attending public school?
I believe the students at the School for the Deaf and School for the Blind are included in that.
Are included, okay. And then my final question regarding the gifted category, having had a child who was severely dyslexic. When I mean severely dyslexic, I mean going into 4th grade, you do not know the difference between the letter A and the letter D, and your name is Adam, and they are both in your name. Cannot differentiate between letters. K and X seemed like the same letter. This was never really diagnosed, even though my master's program is in learning disabilities and reading. I kept saying, there's a real issue. No, he's a sweet kid. He's doing fine. So sometimes as a parent and a teacher, you have to step in and go like, guys, we need to do something different here. There just was nothing available within the school. The 30 minutes going to the reading teacher of 4th grade is not going to help. And that's why I left teaching to homeschool him. I'm not saying everyone can do that, but we do need earlier interventions, for kids who are dyslexic. The question is determining who determines that test, who determines the label, if you will, and then the fact that they don't fit into these categories. So I would hope that we could take a look at this. I have worked with Senator Baumgardner on this very issue, having been the mom who has worked with that so closely, that we would do some more early interventions with these children and make some accommodations for them. By the way, Adam is doing great now. He can read. He's doing great. So that is all my questions, but I was disappointed I didn't see the term dyslexia here. And is that a federal situation, or is that state that the definition is not in there?
I believe both.
Have my work cut out for me. Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're certainly welcome. And we certainly agree with the earlier intervention. And as you mentioned, you have the experts in the room on that particular topic and some of the changes that have been made recently to put that in place through the legislature as well as the state board.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of want to go back to that gifted, and I am a mom of 2 gifted children and very different personalities. But do you think it could possibly be because gifted is, in Kansas, we put it with our special ed, but it's not on the federal IDEA, that possibly maybe to save money, we're trying to maybe not look at as kids as many, and that could be why some of those gifted, and I'm looking at just, this is anecdotal to my own children. I had one who was very good at staying on task and doing those things, and then testing for the other, we thought, and they're like, no, he's fine because he was just a well-regulated child. We did get him into the gifted program, and now he's a little bitter because he got in middle school, and now he's number 2, and he's a senior in high school. He's number 2 because he took the weighted classes for math in middle school instead of high school, so he's not number 1 in his class. But do you think possibly because Kansas looks at things a little differently, that is a way that possibly there could be savings in SPED funding?
I would hope not, because that's an identified area for the state. And so a school district would not have the authority to say, we want to save money, so we're not going to provide that service if the student qualifies.
Well, and maybe it's having where you have to be exceptional in all areas instead of, so you could be phenomenal at math, but English may not. So they're looking at those, kind of putting those together so they're not kind of hitting that bar, even though they probably should be in that gifted program.
And I will say, and this is strictly anecdotal on my experience, gifted is probably the most common area in my experience for parents to say, no, we don't want that service.
All right, one more question. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just listening brings up some questions. So I want to make sure I'm following this correctly, Craig. A parent can refuse special education services, no matter what the exceptionality, correct?
Correct. There are processes in place. If the exceptionality is enough that the district believes it's in this student's best interest, there are mediation and other remedies available to require that service to be provided. So neither the school district nor the parent necessarily has the final word. But typically, if the parent says we don't want the service, it doesn't happen.
Okay, and then I'm just looking at the information that Gabrielle gave us. And so is a parent a member of the IEP team?
Yes.
Well, that's interesting because it says that the concerns, and I'm on page 6, that basically parents should have input to the IEP team, but, quote, the concerns of the parents must be considered by the IEP team, but the IEP team is not obligated to take specific action based on the parents' input. So, I mean, I've always heard as a principle that parents are a part of the team, but here it seems like they're not because of the way that this is worded. So can you just help kind of clarify that for me?
Sure. The IEP decision has to be reached by the entire team. So no one individual on the team, whether it's the principal, the teacher, the school psychologist, or the parent, gets to determine what happens. They have to do that as a group. So that's what it's trying to explain. The parent has input. They can certainly say, I think we need to do this, or my child would benefit from that approach. But they are one member of the team, so their opinion doesn't mean we will absolutely do that. And the same thing is true, as I said, for the teacher or the school psychologist or anybody else there.
Okay, but then if the parent doesn't agree with the rest of the IP team on what they're talking about, then the parent has the right, in general, not for the situations you described, to say, no, we don't want that. I'm just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
And as you said, there are provisions beyond that, but yes, the parent can say, I don't want that service provided for my child.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, great discussion. I would just close with one of the things that we have heard a lot about is that tough topic of least restrictive environment. You don't have to elaborate on that, but I'm sharing that for any one in the audience that may be speaking, if you can address least restrictive environment, because now we know the ratio of student to teacher is close to just over 1 to 1. It's a little higher than that, and you can respond to that. And I know that from an administrative perspective, teacher perspective, and student perspective, there seems to be a lot of dissatisfaction with being able to suitably take care of everyone's needs. When you have a classroom with the most gifted, you have advanced, average, you have students that have special needs and need attention. How in the world are we possibly able to meet the needs of all of our students?
You've just described the art and the science of teaching.
Okay, touche. All right, so the least restrictive environment, just to be on the record that is a conversation we hear frequently, dissatisfaction with that. So hopefully KSDE and others can take some, really talk to those teachers about what are the problems with least restrictive environment and what are the federal guidelines related to that and state, and how can we make that better so that everybody wins. Thank you very much, Craig. And thank you, Gabrielle. Yes, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. Would you clarify in your statement, you were talking about the 1-to-1 ratio. Thank you.
Yes, actually, we have some data on that. Gabrielle's going to have to help me because I haven't looked at that for probably 2 or 3 weeks. But when you take the number of teachers that we have and the number of students, I don't know if we did the FT or the head count, which the head count wouldn't be accurate, right? Because head count, you might be just 30 minutes one time a week. But it was the number of teachers. Do you remember that list that you gave me? It was pretty significant. In fact, we debated that when the consensus estimate said we're going to add 300 teachers every year, but we're only adding 50 or 500 teachers or whatever that number was. If you actually added all the teachers that we were funding, it was pretty close, maybe 2 to 1. Maybe it was 2 to 1. Do you have that? We can look it up and get back to you on that. And Craig might be able to have it. Craig, do you have that off the top of your head? Because I know you probably provided that to us.
If we want to compare like to like, FTE to FTE, and the FTE that gets funded includes a portion of paras. So teachers and paras FTE is going to be about 14,000. And as you've heard, the FTE for special education students is about 29,000.
Okay, and then if I may, for those FTE for the teachers and paras, do they have other responsibilities?
Yes, some will, but if they do, and here we go in the weeds again, so if as a teacher, I'm also teaching a general education class, I'm only going to be an 8/10 FTE for special education. But as far as other responsibilities, I'm not sure I'm answering the question you were asking. Besides working directly with the student, yes, they're also coordinating with the general education teacher. They're also setting up information for the IEP team. They're doing testing for the student. There's a laundry list of things they do besides just working directly with the student.
Okay, I may get more information from Kyle later, but thank you.
That'd be great. But I do think it's great that you make it the point that it's FTE to FTE. So it does make it more closely correlated. So it's not like completely out of, we have 88,000 students, but we have X number of teachers, but those students aren't receiving services all day long. So it's an important question. Okay, we are moving on to the next item. If it's brief, yes, go for it.
It's brief. So if we're comparing FTE to FTE, can we compare head count to head count?
I guess it would depend. I don't think that would be as a good comparison, and that's my opinion. And the reason is because if I have a speech pathologist and I'm going to see a student for 30 minutes once a week, that's one head count to one head count. But no way does it represent what I'm spending my time on.
Sure. And if the FTE for the IEP services was 8/10 of an FTE, that doesn't necessarily match the FTE of the student receiving those services. Is that something that we could get, Craig? The 88,000 head count for the IDEA students versus the head count for the teachers providing the services?
I believe we have that. I believe that's probably right within the documents that you'll have. So, all right, we're going to move on to the next item. We're not that far behind. Let's see, Tamara Lawrence, she is our reviser, and she has put together, along with Nick, some items here for statute overview as well as the Constitution comparison as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee. So you should have 3 documents from the revisor's office in front of you. The first is a chart that compares federal special education law to state law. The second is a somewhat lengthy memo on special education law. Again, that's mostly federal and state. And the final document is a memo that is specific to the history of the special education state aid statute and the 92% excess cost rate, excuse me. So the first 2 documents, that chart and that longer memo, they kind of go hand in hand and generally provide an overview of special education law. In particular, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, which we've already discussed quite a bit this morning. Again, that is the federal law. And they also look at the Special Education for Exceptional Children Act, which is the Kansas law, and that's codified in Chapter 72, Article 34 of the Kansas statutes. And I will say that special education law is one of those areas of law where the federal law really dominates the space. So that is kind of the basis for special education guidance and law, but there are some differences to Kansas law. And so I will get into the specifics of those in just a little bit, but I did want to point that out, that really the federal law is kind of the dominant act in this area. So the chart provides the background information and requirements of IDEA in the federal law column. And as I mentioned, there are some differences between IDEA and the Kansas Act, and you can see the differences in the Kansas law column. So I'm not going to go into any more details on the chart, but I do hope you find it helpful. So I'm going to turn my attention to the special education law memo. It does provide a summary of the requirements outlined in IDEA and the Kansas Act. I'm going to start with IDEA, and Gabrielle did review a lot of this information this morning, so I'm not going to go into too many details because I don't want to repeat myself, and I know that we are a little bit behind, but this does provide the legal framework of the law. So IDEA was actually introduced in 1972 and signed into law in 1975, and this was following a couple of court cases that both established that a child with a disability has a right to an education. Generally, IDEA provides that any child with a disability has a right to a free, appropriate public education, and school districts are required to provide that education, including any special education and related services that are necessary to meet the academic needs of the child. There are several key requirements that IDEA directs, and those include, as I said, a free, appropriate public education, the least restrictive environment, which the chair briefly mentioned earlier, the identification and evaluation of students who may have disabilities, the provision of special education and related services that are necessary to meet a child's needs through an individualized education program, or IEP. And then it also provides some procedural safeguards, including rights of the children and the parents regarding special education. So you can read more about each of those requirements in more detail in the memo, starting on the bottom of page 3. And I do want to mention on the eligibility determination, Gabrielle went through the eligible exceptionalities, so I won't go through each one of them, but I did specifically want to touch on emotional disturbance. This is a term that some are not particularly fond of, but it is used in both IDEA and twice in state statute as one of the listed qualifying disabilities in the definition of a child with a disability. And I just wanted to point that out because there have been at least 2 bills that have been introduced in recent sessions that would amend that term from emotional disturbance to emotional disability. So I did want to point that out, that that is sort of a topic that's been simmering a little bit, and none of those bills have yet to pass, but they are out there. And so before we move on to Kansas specific law, I also do want to note that during COVID, none of the requirements of IDEA were suspended or waived. So school districts were still required to provide those special education services even when the schools were not offering in-person learning. So just a quick note there. So that is the briefest of briefs that I can give on IDEA. And so I'm going to switch gears and talk about Kansas law specifically. And this starts on page 10 of the memo. The Kansas Special Education for Exceptional Children Act was enacted in 1974, actually just before IDEA. And it is for the purpose of providing for exceptional educational opportunities that will contribute to the development of each exceptional child in accord with that child's abilities and capacities. As I mentioned, Kansas law provides nearly the same requirements for special education as IDEA, but does have some additional provisions. I won't go through all of those because you can see those on either the chart or starting on page 12 of the memo. I did want to specifically mention, and you guys have had quite a robust discussion about this already, but in Kansas, the term exceptional children does include gifted kids. Another Kansas-specific matter that I want to mention is the Kansas Constitution. Our Constitution does not explicitly refer to special education. However, in recent school finance litigation cases, the Kansas Supreme Court has indicated that special education funding is a part of the overall school finance funding scheme, and that must be in compliance with the constitutional requirements of Article 6, Section 6 of the Constitution. But Having said that, most recently in the Gannon litigation, the Supreme Court mentioned special education funding briefly in a few different Gannons, but otherwise did not address the matter. So Gannon itself does not really offer any particular guidance on special education funding with regard to school finance funding obligations. And for those of you wondering about Montoy, I'll talk about that in just a minute when we get to our next memo. This memo also has information on the Special Education and Related Services Weighting Statute and the Special Education State Aid Statute. Gabby already went through those a little bit, and I believe those are going to be part of a larger discussion today, so I'm not going to get into those, but that information is on your memo if you want to read that. And that is all I have on that particular memo, and I'm going to switch gears a little bit and go to the last memo. This one provides an overview of the legislative history of the statewide excess cost calculation statute and the 92% rate. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, like in the detail of what the statute says and what it means. This is really about the legislative history and how that came to be. The current version of KSA 723422 subsection A was initially codified in the 2005 regular session, and this is during the Montoy litigation. As that litigation progressed, the legislature made several changes to the rate at which districts would be entitled to receive special education state aid. In 2003, the district court in Montoy found, and the Supreme Court held, that the state was further diminishing the availability of general education funds because school districts were being reimbursed at 85% of the special education excess costs. Then during the 2005 regular session, the legislature increased school finance funding, and as a part of those increases, provided a 3-year phase-in increase of the statewide excess cost rate. Initially, that was scheduled to be 85% in the first year, 88% in the second year, and 91% in the third year. So that was during the 2005 regular session. Then Montoy 3 came out, and the court looked at the funding increases and determined that they fell short of constitutionally adequate funding. So then in the 2005 special session, the legislature went back to the statute and amended it again and provided that the statewide excess cost rate would be 89.3% in the first year and 92% in the next year and each year thereafter. In Montoy 4, the court held that those funding changes were constitutional, and that 92% rate has been maintained in statute ever since. And as I mentioned earlier, the court in Gannon was largely silent on special education funding, so generally the legislature did not make any changes to that statute during the Gannon litigation. That is all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions from committee, and thank you for the overview. Okay, I will ask a question then. Let's see, we were talking about constitutionality. Did the Gannon decision recently, did it conclude that the state's total finance system was constitutionally met?
Yes, but I'll do my due diligence. They did maintain jurisdiction, so the case is not completely closed.
Okay. And did the opinion in the Gannon ruling state that on this particular issue of special education, in which they established that we have fully funded our constitutional obligation for K through 12 funding, did they say the school finance formula is not rendered structurally inadequate because the 92% entitlement is not reached? Was that an opinion?
Yes, it was.
Yes. And I don't know, Gabrielle, I'm sure it's in our book, but do you remember when this was settled in 2019, what percentage we were at? Maybe 80 something? I'm just kind of guessing. Okay. But we weren't at 92%. I don't believe we've been at 92% for a long time, and when we were at 92%, it wasn't for very long. And I'm not sure if that is, I think it's in one of the historical documents that you put together for us. 2019. Okay, so when we were at 81.4%, in 2019, the Gannon decision was decided, and because the base aid significantly went up year after year, and we'd put billions of more dollars into K-12, and because every student, including special education students, benefit from that base aid increase in so many pots of money, perhaps that's why they said that 92% entitlement is not reached. We still are saying that you are constitutionally funded. So I just want to reiterate that the legislature has put in their $44.5 million as agreed upon for special education the first year, and $7.5 million each year after. We have been consistent in fulfilling our obligation as required or agreed on by the courts. Any other questions for our revisor? All right, thank you very much. These notebooks are great, Gabrielle. So keeps us all organized here. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item on our agenda is current special education funding. The big issue now is funding, and we'll be working from this and going straight into excess costs. We have Gabrielle and Craig again. So Gabrielle, just make sure we get on the right page. That's going to be the key.
Sure.
You might
it's
hold
gonna
up the
be,
document.
There's going to be statute right after Tamara's presentation, just so you have it. And then I'm going to focus on this excess cost spreadsheet. It has two big boxes on it. Okay. This is going to be the estimated special education excess cost for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024. You will be the first group to receive this presentation, and I am happy to take questions. I will also note I did include a historic look at excess cost estimates, just to show over time what that has looked like. So starting in the first box, our fiscal year 2023 estimate. We start with the immediately preceding school year's actual expenditures. We add two numbers to that to estimate what the increase year over year will be. That increase is based primarily on average teacher increases, as well as other costs for transportation, catastrophic aid, and some other ones. We also estimate that the added teachers and paraprofessionals, and we include what their average salary is. Adding those two numbers to last year's actual expenditures gets us to that 1.1 billion number in bold. The excess cost computation is that second part of the first box. By statute, we are required to subtract out a few numbers, the first being the average per pupil cost of regular education, multiplied by special education student FTE. Those are unweighted FTEs, and we exclude state hospital residents. So we estimated the average cost per pupil of regular education for this fiscal year at $8,150, and special education unweighted FTE at $29,000. For excess costs, statute also requires us to subtract out federal aid. That number is still higher than it has been in previous years because of COVID funding remaining in fiscal year 2023. We also subtract out Medicaid reimbursements and a little bit of money for state hospital administrative costs, and that resulting quotient is what we estimate excess costs will be for the fiscal year. The last few numbers in that first box are the state aid estimate, what that would be at 92% excess costs. For this school year, it would be $630 million, and the approved amount for excess costs is $520.5 million, and that would bring our excess cost to 76%. We go through the same methodology for fiscal year 2024. We're estimating total special education expenditures at about $1.2 billion for fiscal year 24. Using our excess cost computation, we're estimating the average per pupil cost of regular education at $8,550. And we're estimating that it looks like it got cut off, but the special education unweighted FTE is just going to increase a little bit. And that results in us, we also subtract out federal aid. You'll see that's decreasing because some of that ESSER money is going to be spent down, so that won't be remaining for school districts. And that results in the fiscal year 2024 excess cost estimate at $764.4 million. The current allocation estimate for fiscal year 24 is $520.4 million. The state aid at 92% excess cost would be $703.3 million, resulting in 68.1% excess costs. I have another document that I'll go over, but I can take excess cost questions now at the chair's discretion.
Let's go ahead and move to the next document and keep your questions ready because I know we'll want to come back.
The other document I'm going to review is the third one in this little series. It is an estimate of historic federal special education funding based on the 40% of national average per pupil expenditures. I was requested to provide an estimate for the federal aid portion of special education funding. For some context, when IDEA Part B was enacted, Congress established the goal of providing up to 40% of the national average per pupil expenditure to assist states and local educational agencies with the excess cost of educating students with disabilities. We have historically fallen below that 40%. So to estimate what that 40% would have been, we had to make quite a few assumptions in our office, so this comes with quite a few caveats. Due to limited data at the federal level, we had to rely on census data. That was a discretion within our conversations. We can't say this is what the federal government would use. We're not aware of the source the federal government would rely on to estimate the national average per pupil, and this was just our decision. So you can see the difference between actual federal special education aid that the state received from 2010 to 2020. What we estimated the 40% would be has grown over time, and in recent years has been a shortfall of about $200 million. And I can take questions on that as well.
Okay, 2 documents for us to ask questions on. Committee, what questions do you have? Okay, so just to know, it looks, when we look at the federal documents, it looks like last year, or let's see, 2020, we could estimate, and I think we even initially saw this on an NEA document, national NEA document that said we were, and I think that was part of the original discussion. I'm not sure exactly how all these numbers were in, but $271 million that Kansas is not getting. That is a lot of money if you look at the 40%. And if you look at it, it's 250 the year before, 221. So basically, if the federal government did what they were supposed to do, we wouldn't even be sitting here talking about funding. Would that be correct, Gabrielle?
I like to think we would get together anyway, but I think it would be a different conversation.
Oh, that's why we love Gabrielle. And I also noticed that there was an adjustment in the number of the consensus number for added teachers. It had been 300 for the past 3 years, and we had overestimated that number, and thus it's down to a number that maybe more accurately reflects what's happening. And then I just wanted to bring attention to the entire committee on the document on the historical, because we did request it. So if you look at it, it will really help you. I see what the percent changes over year to year. You'll also be able to see what the number of teachers that were added per pupil and that percent of access cost. So there's really some good information there. Might take some time to digest it. Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabrielle. So this is a question, and I'm a nerd and I like to get in the weeds, but is there a difference in language? Because in Kansas, we say we shall do this at the 92%, but I think the federal is that they may. Is there a difference in that language?
I would agree they are, we understand it as they are setting the goal of 40%. So I would agree there's a difference in terminology there. Yes, I would agree that those are explained a little bit differently in IDEA and in Kansas statute.
Okay, and then my follow-up question. So if the feds are not meeting their goal, and then we still have to meet the needs of those students. So where does that come from? If the feds and the state are not doing it through those designated funds, how do they get that dollar?
Sure. Services do have to be provided to students with special education services and gifted students regardless of the funding source. You're correct on that. Historically, we've relied on local funding, and we have increased state funding over time to kind of bridge that gap.
But one could say that some of the other students would be receiving less of those dollars to compensate, like the general students.
I'm not sure I understand the question. I apologize.
I guess if they're going to have to spend those dollars, they're required to do that, and they could get in legal problems for that. Then students, it would come from that base state.
Yes, the students, so the special education students base still does support that student. I will say, since special education is above and beyond the requirements of regular education, I think the funding tends to be different, but if there's only so many local dollars and some of them do have to support special education, I think the answer would be yes to your question.
Thank you.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that brought up a question to mind. Along those lines of thinking, so if the federal government does not meet their goal of 40%, then currently when you subtract that out, of course, that's going to make the burden fall more of the 92% on the state. If we don't pick the federal government's obligation up, then what I'm hearing is it goes to the local level, because by law, we have to provide those services, correct? And I've heard Craig say, and correct me, Craig, if I'm wrong, that a lot of the not being able to standardize, get our arms around some of these is because we're talking about individual students with individual needs. So it's going to be kind of a case-by-case basis. To the point of then we have to take money from our general ed budget to make up the local shortfall. Those students in the general ed population, I know that we're talking about individual plans of study, but they're not on an IEP. So is it fair to say that some general ed kids, we might be giving more money per kid to educate them and less to others because they don't have an IEP? In other words, are all general education students, are they overfunded or underfunded?
That might get more at a policy question, whether certain students are over or underfunded. KSDE may have some more insight on the difference between funding special education students and the general population. We can work on formulating a better answer. I'm not sure I have a clear answer for you.
Okay, well, that
right
wasn't
now.
my original question. That just came to mind with Senator Sykes. I have a lot of questions. I apologize, Madam Chair, and this may need Tamara's help or Craig's, but are you familiar with Statute 72-3409?
Can you give me the title of it?
Dealing with federal funding, state and federal funds, distribution and allocation, payments, grants, and contributions, early intervening services, and encumbered balance in fund. That's a long title. But basically, the section I'm concerned about is it talks about the state board is responsible for the distribution and allocation of state and federal funds for special education. I'll just cut to it. There's a lot there. But one of the things it says is every Board of Education may use up to 15% of the amount it receives each year under federal law to develop and implement coordinated early intervening services for students in kindergarten through 12, with a particular emphasis on students in kindergarten through grade 3 who have not been identified as needing special educations or related services, but who may appear to need additional academic and behavioral support to succeed in a general education environment. So my question in reading all of that is, and by the way, further in the statute, that's supposed to be recorded. If districts are doing that, using up to 15% of that aid for non-special education students, there's supposed to be a report submitted by the districts. I have never seen that information. Do we have that? Do we know if districts are using up to 15% of their special education funding for non-special education students? And if so, how much and how many districts and students? Do we have that data? Because that obviously plays in to the formula for excess cost.
I had not initially reviewed this portion of statute. We can certainly look at if there is data on that and if districts are doing it. I don't have data on it with me today, but I'd be happy to do that.
Craig, do you have any insight in that? They are to be reporting that to the State Board of Education. Do you have that data or know of that data?
The short answer is no, I don't have that data, but I will look.
Thank you, and I have a lot more questions, Madam Chair, but I think it might be through the course of conversation, it might get answered, so I'll stop there for now.
Okay, well, Craig, can you come on up? I have a question for you. Craig's going to get his exercise today. Okay, the documents that Gabrielle provided, if you look at those historical documents and you look at the number of teachers that we're estimating that we're adding. So these are the new additional teachers to the number that we already have. Let's just focus on it, let's look at it. We can see that they fluctuate a lot. But let's look at the last 3 years. If you turn to the last few pages, what you're going to find is that in the last 3 years that you have 300 estimated new teachers, 250 estimated new teachers, and 300 estimated new teachers. And are those numbers that the Kansas Department of Education provides do those numbers come from the Department of Education, Craig?
Originally, yes, but then the consensus group, which consists of the Department of Education, Legislative Research, and the Division of Budget, meet and review the numbers and agree that yes, they make sense or no, they don't. But originally, we start with those numbers as estimates.
Okay, so Craig, let's just take a look at these last 3 years since we've had this debate since 2019. Are we funding things constitutionally? Are we fulfilling our obligation? Let's just look at that, because in those last 3 years, if you look at the actuals, we hired in 2022 233.7 teachers, 48.6 the year before, and 62.8 in the year before. So if you do the math and you just say, well, let's use a lower number. Let's say that the average amount, let's say $71,000 per individual. That's 504 teachers overestimated. That's calculated for the 92% that says the state, you're not doing your part, you're not doing your 92%. That's 504 positions that were never filled. That was not a cost. It was a calculated expenditure, but it was not a cost. That totaled $51.8 million. Would that be correct for the past 3 years?
The numbers are probably correct. Just clarify, we don't fund teachers they don't hire. They turn in actual numbers at the end of the year. So I know you're familiar with that, but I'm not sure everybody on the committee is.
Yes.
Districts turn in the number of teachers at the end of the year, and the funding is based on actual teachers and paras in those positions.
Absolutely, but the excess cost that we're referencing does include those numbers.
Yes, the estimate at the beginning of the year is based on estimates.
Yes, so therefore that $51 million that we overpaid, close to $52 million that we owed. We didn't overpay, we owed, because we didn't meet the 92%. Really, that's not the case, because that was never an actuality of what happened. So.
So that would change the percentage? So that
Yes, it
would
would
be a
change
little
the
bit-
percentage.
Would be a little bit higher. Wouldn't be to
Yes.
92 yet, but it would be higher.
Right, but if we took and looked at each one of these, there was another little case in here, if you notice, and then I'm going to go to Senator Gossage, and this is really just splitting hairs, but it just shows the complexity of it and how it's so easy for any one person to say, yes, just more money is the answer, but then if you really stop and you look at the formula and you try to understand it, there's actually more questions than answers. And I want you to just look at that consensus document that was provided and notice what it says. And I'm going to have to turn back to it and locate it. Goodness sakes, I might have to, okay, here, nope. Might have to peek over at, yeah. No, it's the one that calculates the excess costs. Excess costs calculator. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to just, yes, thank you. I'm going to just look off of Senator Baumgartner's for a second. So if you look at the top, the question I have, and again, it's splitting hairs. Okay, and I think it's changed now. But it did say initially, the documents that we had been using said that it was a 4% increase of salaries. And Craig and I, we've gone kind of round and round about that, because if salaries make up 75% of your total cost, but yet that 4% or that 3% or whatever number that was, it was based on average salary increases across Kansas. That was an estimate. But in reality, that salary increase was computed for the total cost. So instead of taking 4% for just the salaries, the increases in salaries, they were taking 4% for the entire $1 billion. So the reason I mention that is because every time you look at it, there's 50 million here, there's 12 million there. It's there. There's some things that that aren't clear to the legislature. And we need to understand that. But it looks like the wording's been changed. Is that right, Gabrielle? Yes, Gabrielle, speak to that.
The wording has been changed. I presented this document in House K-12 education budget last session. And when the consensus group got together, we felt that label was misleading. We do rely heavily upon our estimated increase in salaries, because most of what special education is teacher entitlements. But I think truly that was an error in us labeling, because we do want to take into account estimated increases for other costs in special education, such as catastrophic aid and transportation. I think that probably covers it, but we had a conversation and felt that label was incorrect, not the methodology.
And I just would add that it was Senator Tarwater. It was Representative Tarwater that first identified that and said, look, it says percentage teacher salary, so that doesn't make sense. And so then that really had us questioning, okay, well, what is going on with the formula? How is that consistently applied from the statute? Are we doing the things that we are intending to do? And of course, that's why we are here today. Senator Erickson, we'll let you, Senator Gossage and then Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having been in the classroom for many years and for children who went through public schools, you don't get into the budgets. And I don't serve on the budget committee in the Senate. However, we do have certain budget things that are presented to each of the committees on which we serve. And therefore, I'm not afraid to say, I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to ask some very pointed questions and hope that you can help me follow along, because I'm not following along. And I'm just thinking there might be some people at home that are watching this that aren't following along either. So I have a question, a couple of them. The first one is, I don't know what excess costs are. What does that mean?
Okay, so, and we will get to that because it's our next item, isn't it? That's not on, thank you. We will get to that, is on our next item on the agenda, and Gabrielle's going to walk us through that as well as Craig. But I want you to turn in to 72-3422, and it helps with the weighting, and so we're actually going to walk through that.
Good.
Yes.
And then a final question is, we keep mentioning this 40%. So are we just rolling over and playing dead to the federal government when they say you must do these things for which we'll give you 40%? And they're not giving us the 40%, but we're still providing it anyway? What is their incentive to stop? I mean, to give us the 40%? And 40% of what? Are we going to get into that?
40% of the total nationwide average, I believe Gabrielle said.
Yep, it's in IDEA Part B. I think it's linked on your resource document if you want to
Okay.
look at it, but it is hundreds of pages long, so we didn't want to print it. But in short, it's the maximum of 40% of the national average of elementary and secondary student per pupil costs. And then we would multiply that by the number of special education students.
So when you say up to, that doesn't sound like it's very mandatory to me. It could be whatever.
Correct. The actual language in IDEA Part B says the maximum of.
Maximum
so
of
it does
40%.
provide for some
And what do
leeway.
they pay now?
It should be on, we don't have the percent of the national average because that data wasn't available. But if memory is serving, in recent years, it has been around 20%. John is saying lower.
Yeah,
He's saying
lower.
15.
Yes, it's definitely lower.
What?
And I am going to make a plea here. We just had elections. Congressman Sharice Davids is actually your woman in your area. I would take this to her and say, look at the data, just like we are hearing from districts. You're not meeting 92% of this total cost, which we're going to find out today. There's a lot of missing pieces to this that people don't understand. And you bring up a very valid point. What is excess cost? I bet if we gave a quiz to everybody in this room, I doubt very many people would pass it.
Not afraid to say, I don't know what's going on.
Right,
And I wanna
right.
ask these
So
questions.
I would say to every member here, if you live in the Northeast area or make sure, or wherever, talk to Congressman Davids. And for everyone else, talk to your congressman about this issue because apparently they're completely missing the target.
So it's 15%, we're estimating they're paying 15% of what? You said you don't have the national average. So 15% of,
So the 15, we're giving a couple different numbers.
Right.
And we don't want to be overly confusing. The 40% is what's outlined in IDEA Part B of that national average. The 15% is what they're paying of total Kansas costs.
of total Kansas. Then my final question then begs the question, where do we fall in the national average?
We have that data, but I don't have it with me, so we can certainly look. Generally, I would say we're in the middle, but we can certainly get a
Generally,
ranking.
you would say what again? I'm sorry.
If memory is serving, we're in the middle range.
In the middle.
Of the 50 states, but we'll get you an actual ranking.
So if we're close to the national average, then they're paying 15% of the national average approximately.
I don't want to misspeak on, we don't have the data for the national average other than census data. We can look more into what our per pupil would be compared to other states. That would just take us a little bit of time, but we would be happy to do that.
I would like to have that data. If I'm going to speak to my congresswoman, I'd like to have the data. Thank you.
Okay, and in terms of the actual calculations, Gabrielle did remind me, we are not walking through exactly how to do the calculations, but when we talk about possible solutions, we are going to get a little bit into the weeds about what the statute says. Because if one of the solutions is potentially to look at the statute, we all need to know what the statute says. And so, Senator, we will completely circle back when we look at solutions on that one. Okay, so if there are no further questions for Gabrielle, because we are going to go to Craig and he. Okay, hold on, I'm sorry, we had a list over here. We're going to do Representative Tarwater, Representative Hoffman, and then Senator Sykes, if you want, we could let him speak first on this topic, and then you could be the first and you could be the second to ask questions, if that would work, if it's on excess costs. Okay, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of want to piggyback on what Senator Gossage was talking about. On the 40% that the federal government can or should or wants to or goal. As we do our jobs on Appropriations Committee, currently our budget is, we have a rather large surplus. But as you run the budget out over the next 6 years, we actually are going to end up negative 600 million or 400 million in the hole, everything else remaining equal. And so as we make these decisions, if we should decide that for some reason it's our job as a state to backfill the federal government's obligation, and then as we get further down the road into the budget and there's a depression, hypothetically, how with the maintenance of effort, that $200 or $300 million comes back from the federal government. How do we get the backfill out of special education? Because at that point we'll be at like 200% funded instead of 92. When we're in trouble and we've made a decision to backfill the federal government's obligation, when they step up, how do we get those funds back, or can we at all?
So I might, for everybody's benefit, start with a little bit of information on maintenance of effort, why it is what it is. The basic idea is that state and local funding combined has to match what you did the year before. Now, there's a lot more details into it than that, but that's generally it, so that you can continue to receive your federal funding. And the reason it's in place, it's a federal requirement. The reason it's in place is the federal government doesn't want to provide additional money just so state and local can cut their, the intent is if we provide additional money, it's so that you can provide additional services for students, so you need to keep up your level of funding. You don't have to match the addition they added, but you have to keep up the level you added. So that's maintenance of effort. And I'm sorry if I belabored that, because I know several of you understand that already. There are, as I say, you have to provide the same level of funding. There are specific situations outlined in the law when you can reduce the state or local maintenance of effort. A shorthand example, if you have a student with an IEP that requires very expensive services and that student graduates, they're not going to ask you to pay that same amount of money the following year when that student's not here. So in that case, you can reduce your maintenance of effort at the local level. So there are situations where you could reduce that. I'm not familiar enough with the details to know if the federal government suddenly decides to provide, my phrase, 40% or something closer, what does that do with our local and state efforts for maintenance of effort? It would be limited, the response that you could make, but there may be provisions within that. We can get you a better answer than that to that question, though.
Okay, thanks a lot. I have a few questions on the funding and the weightings and things, but it sounds like we're going to get down that road with another conference, so I'll hold those questions. Thank you.
Okay, all right, and we can always circle back. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to belabor the point, but we don't know exactly what the federal government is considering that they're putting in, do we? Because they don't necessarily publish what we're going to give you 15%. They just give you an amount of money. Is that right?
That's correct.
So
they use a formula, and that amount, yes. They allocate a certain amount of funding, it runs through the formula, and then we know what our allocation is as a state.
Okay, but we don't have any data that shows what they're figuring that on, as far as how they're figuring that you're getting what you're getting?
As far as the percentage, or the estimate that Gabrielle provided is, I think, pretty close, but it is an estimate, and that's the closest we've been able to get.
But it is an estimate, so we don't know exactly what they consider as excess funding.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And to note, I did say that we're talking about excess costs, but technically it's the next item on the agenda. We are on the overall funding, so you feel free to ask it now or hold it. But Senator Sykes and then Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Craig. So talk to me about the difference in the method used to estimate and for the future funding costs for the based on actual costs. Because as I'm looking at this, we're looking at the FTE of 29,000, but in reality, you're looking at 88,000 students, and those individual needs may be different. And I'm also looking, those annual IEP meetings where they're changing. So can you talk about the difference between that forecasting and then the actual cost?
Sure. Hopefully without getting too far in the weeds for everybody involved. So on the sheet that Gabrielle gave you, the top number you see is FY22 actual expenditures, $1,059,884,948. That's where we start, and as the line says, those are actual expenditures. That's what school districts, interlocals, and co-ops spent out of their special education funds. And again, this is all outlined in statute. So then the job for the consensus revenue estimating group is determine what's the estimate going to be for this year, since we're doing this in the fall, and obviously the school's not completed. So special education budgets are about 86% salaries. They're higher than a typical school district because there's a lot of functions that are not served by special education. So 86%, that's actually a little low because I didn't include transportation salaries in that. But more or less 86%. So it is driven in a large part by, are you going to add additional teachers and paras, and how much are you going to increase salaries this year? That's where the 3.5% increase comes from. But it also has to factor in, like I said, transportation's included. Well, this year we may see more than a 3%. We may see a higher increase for transportation than we do for salaries, percentage-wise. But dollar-wise, it's still primarily salaries. So that's why the salary increase and the number of teachers and paras increase has served as a proxy for the entire cost. It is the vast majority of it. So that's one estimate that has to be made. Then the statute spells out which expenditures you subtract from that. And obviously one of them is that federal aid that's already being provided. So that comes out of the estimate for the total cost. You subtract the cost for general education that is spent on special education students. And that's defined as the general fund plus the LOB minus a few weightings that are excluded. And I think Gabrielle gave you another document that has those weightings listed. But career tech ed, at-risk, transportation, and bilingual are excluded because in statute, the money provided by the legislature for those weightings has to go specifically for those functions, not for special education. So the statute spells out that those weightings will be excluded since they go for those particular services. Long way of saying you determine an amount per pupil, all pupils, not just special ed, how much is spent per pupil for regular education services as it's defined in the statute. That's then multiplied by the FTE number of special ed. So that's why we talk about the FTE number of special education students so much. It's a part of this calculation. That gives you the $236 million number that you see there. And that number is also, like the others, an estimate, but it's based on the actual numbers from the prior year. So all the estimates we make are based on the actual numbers from the prior year, including the federal aid, including the Medicaid reimbursements. And we have to add a factor either for additional costs or additional students all the way down the line. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
All right, on to, who's next? No? No? Okay. Senator Erickson and then Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Gabrielle, if you address this, I apologize. When we're looking at federal aid in the excess cost formula, how does the ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 SPED funds affect that? I know you talked a little bit about that. Can you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, for the years in which those funding were eligible for that purpose, we have included them in federal aid. So for the reason it starts to go down in '24 is because some of those are going to be
correct. Okay.
Required to be spent down. Historically, for the years in which that funding was available, we have taken that into account.
Okay, I thought that's what I heard you say. I just wanted to make sure. And Craig, I do have a question for you, just a hypothetical. So looking at excess costs, is there any limit to what districts can spend?
Short answer would be no, because they're required to provide the service. So if the service is going to cost more money and they're required to provide it, they have to pay for that service. And that goes back to a question that was answered earlier, where's that money come from? Well, it comes from the general fund or the LOB.
Okay, but, I know we've had some conversations around this. Hypothetically, not that I say this would happen, but just to understand the way that the formula works, excess costs. So if a district wanted to pay, and if there are any speech language, here you go. If a district, individual district, because they set salaries, they determine what to pay, right? So if they wanted to pay a speech language pathologist $500,000 a year, they could. And we would be on the hook for 92% of the excess costs that after we subtract all this out. Just hypothetically, that's how it would work, correct?
Hypothetically, yes, with the exception that the way the formula is determined, there's a categorical aid amount, which is how much the state pays per teacher. So the state would not pay $105,000. Right now, the categorical aid amount is $30,000. And that's based on the allocation and how many teachers and pairs there are. So, but the $105,000 would drive up the total costs and would make a difference in the 92% excess.
Okay, and one final question. So excess cost, there's no guideline, there's no guardrails, whatever special education is spent on special education, correct? So we could theoretically put in the $109 million, but if districts spend 5 times that much, we're putting in more money, but our percent is going to go down, correct?
That would be correct. The guardrail that I would have as a superintendent, assume for a moment federal government pays 40%, states meeting the 92%, so I'm getting all the special aid I'm supposed to get. By law, I'm still paying part of that cost out of my general fund and LOB. So that's my guardrail, is how much money do I want to pull out of other programs to pay $105,000 to that speech language pathologist.
And I believe we're going to get to this in a minute, Madam Chair. Correct me if I'm wrong. But there is a special education LOB that districts have access to, correct? That doesn't necessarily have to be spent on special education, correct?
I know what you're referring to, and so I'm not being argumentative, but the answer is no. Statute does not determine that the LOB is based on or is tied to special education. A amount of the LOB calculation is because there's special education state aid in the general fund, but it is not then spelled out that you have to transfer that into special education, although districts do.
So the point being, district may or may not, but the point I'm making is that swings both ways. You could be getting money specifically because of special education students that don't go to special education, but goes to general education, perhaps. Is that correct? I'm not saying it does. I'm saying the way that it works, it could.
I'm not sure I followed the question. I'm sorry.
So, we're saying that we're having to use general funds for special education students, but with special ed LOB funds and some others, it's possible that that districts could, because they don't have to use SPED LOB for SPED, that could be going to pay for other things that aren't special education related. Is that correct?
A little longer answer, maybe. To bring the rest of the committee maybe up to speed, what we're talking about In the general fund budget, the state aid for special education that districts receive goes into the general fund, which makes your general fund higher. So if my LOB is 31% of the general fund, part of that general fund money is special education. So I'll pick round numbers. I'm getting $100,000 in state aid. Well, when I calculate my LOB, 31% of that, $31,000, is added to my LOB. It wasn't put in law that way so that you could have more special ed money. It goes back to the recession in 08, 09, and the legislature didn't want to cut both funds, but that's a different story. So some of the money that's in LOB, you could say, is attributable to what came into your general fund for special education, if that's making sense. And that's the dollars that we're talking about. So the question is, can districts transfer that into special education? Yes, they certainly can. And because I thought the question might come up, last year, statewide, that amount of money would have been $166 million. Districts transferred $226 million from the LOB into special ed. So they are transferring that amount of money, even though it's not required, nor was it intended when it was originally put into law that way. And if you want to go one step further, since we're talking local option budgets, some of that's local tax money. So on a percentage basis, the state's share of that $166 million would be $73 million. Those are all obviously round numbers. But
I have additional questions on that, Madam Chair, but I know that's going to be a topic later. I'll hold for that.
All right. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Craig, could you share with us what's our ratio right now as far as paras to teachers statewide?
I can get that number for you. I don't have it with me right now.
Okay, that would be helpful. Do we have children in our schools where the services, the special education services they receive are paras only?
Possibly, but they are paras under the supervision of a teacher. So that if your question is there daily contact only a para, that could be the case.
But
the para receives their direction from the teacher.
It would be the direction. So when we say supervision, it's not that the special education teacher is even in the same room.
Not be sitting in the classroom watching what's happening.
Okay.
Correct.
How many special education teachers do we have in the state that have provisional licensure?
I can get that number for you.
Okay. And I guess I'm a little curious if that's gone up or gone down.
We'll get a history.
So when school districts have sign-on bonuses for special education teachers, does that impact, how does that impact the actual as far as, because you indicate the added number of teachers and paraprofessionals for, I guess the actual was 195 this last year, and you have an average salary of $67,316. So is a sign-on bonus included in that?
Sign-on bonus would be considered part of salary and fringe benefits, so yes, it would be included in that number.
Can you give us some information with regard to the practice of sign-on bonuses and how much that makes up for that? Also, do we do a breakdown? So I know it's, we have this estimated additional teachers, paras, and we've got that asterisk next to it. But are we tracking, I know you've provided the Senate Education Committee before with the number of new hires that were specific paras, specific special education teachers. But do you track that, and do you track the average pay for those two different positions?
Yes, for the teachers. Paras maybe indirectly. I don't know that we directly have that number.
Okay, but when we're looking at this estimated average salary, we're bundling in paras.
Correct.
And most paras are paid on an hourly basis, whereas the teachers would be paid a salary plus a bonus, correct?
Yes.
I think it would be helpful if we had that broken separately, because that is just so different as far as the cost.
And I'll just add to that, in those FTE numbers, which is used in calculating the salaries, remember that a para counts, if a para is working full-time in special education, they are counted by law as 4/10 of an FTE, not a full-time. But we'll see if we can get that salary information for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Senator Baumgartner. You got one of my questions asked. I appreciate that, because I was thinking, I don't know, a para that makes an average of $67,000 a year. That would be helpful to extrapolate that. Based upon the conversation we've just had and what was shared with me here, excess cost means this is how much more it costs above general education to fund special ed.
Correct.
Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, I see here it says less average per pupil cost for regular ed of $8,150. So then what is determined to be the per pupil cost for special ed?
We don't have that number on that sheet, but I believe you would
I'm assuming
Done it by
it says
FTE.
per pupil, but that would
Yes.
mean per FTE? Is that?
Yes. The per pupil for regular education is on an FTE basis. So for special education, it would be 2. And we don't have that number. We can get
Could you
that
get
for you.
that? That would be helpful. Also, it would be helpful, Gabrielle, as you were getting some information for us, if we could have what it is per pupil or per FTE for regular ed and special ed with the other states. I'd like to know how we compare. So not just what is the national average, but what do the other states have?
That is an item that we had hoped to have ready for today. We don't have it ready for today. However, I will tell you that one of your resources is the legislative post audit from 2018. And actually I believe, I have a copy here and I can kind of look at it in here in a minute. They do a little comparison of what other states do. It's not really detailed, but it does give, if I'm remembering correctly, some breakdown on that.
Good. And I would like to have the detail, if we could.
So I think that as ending today, we are each going to have an opportunity to have a paper
Wonderful.
where we write down what we would like to do, what we're recommending. It's not necessarily going to be a consensus of the whole, it's a consensus of
Right.
each individual. You'll turn those in. In addition, you can put requests of information that would be helpful if you had.
Wonderful.
And so I think that will be really good.
And then my final question is, so this for 2023, we see the federal aid that's here, 132,442, 353,000, 132 million. Is this a percentage? Is this just here's a flat amount? Where did they come up with this number?
Can you repeat that question for me?
Yes, the
Sorry.
132 million that says federal aid. And so where does this number come from? Do they ask us for our FTE and we say it's this and they pay us that?
The federal aid on the excess cost document is just us estimating what we're going to get for a few different categories of federal aid. It's going to include coronavirus funding in the case of fiscal year '23. It also includes some funding for Medicaid. There are a couple more categories, but it is truly
And the
just an
Medicaid
estimate.
And the Medicaid is itemized out, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So that's an estimated amount and it includes the coronavirus. That was going to be part of my question. So then in 2024, you're expecting that to go down?
Yes.
So I see that's 105, but yet the actual cost is going to go up.
Correct.
And that leaves a hole for the state. Ergo, we have a larger shortfall.
Correct.
And then, so the question is then, and my final one, Madam Chair, if we're saying the shortfall is 109 million, this is something that the federal government says you must do this, and you got to figure out how to come up with the money. Is that what I'm understanding?
The long and short of it, yes. We're required to provide the services. So regardless of the funding source, essentially, it's required to be provided. Although it's required to pay for the total expenditures, the 92% question is kind of separate. The 92% is set in Kansas statute. The federal government, Tamara, went into how the courts looked at special education funding. Those are kind of two separate issues, whether the state is funding total expenditures or whether we're meeting 92%. But the long and short of it is those services have to be provided regardless.
And I might clarify one thing if I may.
Yes, please.
The requirement to provide the services is both federal and state. So it's not just the federal government that says you will.
Now I understand why Representative Williams brought up the dilemma, and something doesn't match. This 40%, even 15%, and 92%, what? I'd like for us to sort that out if we could. Thank you.
Yes, because I think that there are some comments about, well, we only pay a certain amount for teachers, but if they're paying for it out of a fund that's not special education fund, then it's still part of this total. And I know I alluded to that question earlier about extended year services. So we'll come back to that. But thank you for providing testimony today. And now it's your turn to provide the testimony that you have provided in our packets here. And we are happy to have you.
Thank you. I wasn't sure exactly which of the documents we'd sent over you'd asked me to testify on, but I pulled those off the website. So I think I'm going to give what's listed there. And some of this you've already asked about and been answered, so we can shortcut a little bit of it. We were asked, and the first document I'm looking at is called, I guess, the Special Education State Aid Excess Costs. And it's the document, actually, they were listed separately. I don't know if they're put together in your binder or not, goes with a printout per district of what excess cost they receive. So the first, yes, you got a printout that looks like this, lists all the districts, and the column headings are special ed. Column 1 is 2019, 2020 special education excess cost, and moving across. And then there is a brief explainer document that hopefully is in front of that printout. And the printout comes with one really huge caveat that the percentage of excess cost as defined by statute is a statewide number. It doesn't work well when you start looking at district by district for a lot of reasons. But we were asked to provide the percentage of excess cost for each district, so that's what the printout is. For the last 3 years, in a given district, what is their percentage of excess cost? And as you look down through that list, you'll see percentages literally all over the map, high, low, and otherwise. So the natural question is, why is that? Why, if the state average is 76%, do we have one or two, even in a couple of years, were negative on those percentages? There are a number of variables, as you've already heard, that go into the calculation of excess cost. And depending on the district, as we talked earlier, and on the student, the individual services provided are going to vary from year to year and from district to district. So part of the factors that make a difference, some of the federal aid goes directly to co-ops and interlocals. Some of the services are paid for directly by co-ops and interlocals. So if I'm a school district that belongs to an interlocal, one of the reasons I do that is I don't have enough staff to provide all the services. I don't have the funding if a student or students with high needs move in one given year. So I rely on the interlocal to cover those costs, and then the following year they'll increase how much I pay into the interlocal so that they can replenish their cash balance, because they didn't budget for that either. So comparing year to year, you're going to see some strange numbers in the same district. If you do that, one of the bigger factors, and we've already talked about it, is teachers, number of teachers and their salaries. And as we said, 86% of special education costs are salaries. So co-ops or interlocals or school districts that have more teachers because they have students with higher needs, or they pay higher salaries, either because their salary schedule's higher or they have more teachers with higher level of training and degrees, are going to have a lower percentage of excess cost. So you'll see some different percentages there. One other note. Oh, the other thing is something you're used to in looking at school districts in Kansas. If you're a small district, 2 or 3 students move in or 2 or 3 students graduate with special needs, that's going to cause your numbers to fluctuate significantly from one year to the next. So that's just the nature of school districts in Kansas. So the long and short of this, without getting too deep into some of the details, they're not very reliable numbers to look at district by district because the variables were intended and the statute was intended to be calculated at the state level. So while you'll see some districts that are really high in the percent they receive, I think if you look at most of the larger districts that have more students, more teachers, their percentages are lower, and that's why the statewide average then ends up being where it is. So hopefully without confusing you too much, I'm trying not to say this data doesn't really tell you a whole lot without saying that, but that's the reality of trying to look at this on a district by district basis, percentage-wise. Okay, the other document that I provided is just a Word document. And what we tried to do was just list some of the questions that we had been asked through the fall and last spring when the committee met and try to address some of those briefly. And this is the one that several of them have already been answered. So we just listed questions and tried to provide a little clarification on those questions. Difference between student FTE and headcount, we've already been there. I think we have covered that. Other than gave an example, if a student receives special education services for 3 hours out of a 7-hour day, that's 3/7 of the time. That makes them a 0.4 FTE, but they're a 1.0 headcount, as we talked about earlier. And the reason we put that question in, one, we had been asked several times, but two, the difference between FTE and headcount, as you've already discussed, shows up not only with students but also with teachers and is fairly significant for funding calculations. The factors in the excess cost calculations, we discussed that briefly. Gabrielle gave you information on that, and that they are all spelled out in statute. So the weightings that are not included, as I said, because they are specific to the purpose, bilingual, career tech ed, what have you, is the reason they're not in there, but they are listed in statute that way. One question we really haven't touched on too much on the second page at the top, who qualifies for funding as a special education teacher or para? So in order for an individual to be funded and be a part of the special education expenditures, they must be licensed in special education, and they have to keep a time and effort log showing that they are spending their time, what percentage of their time they are spending on special education services. So if you have, somebody asked earlier about a teacher who might also be teaching a general education class. That's certainly possible. Happens a great deal actually in preschool situations where we have some students with special education preschool and that teacher's also serving general ed students. That teacher's time is prorated, and the special education portion of the time is paid for out of the special education fund. The other time is paid for out of the general fund. So they have to keep time and effort logs. If you use that phrase around a special education teacher or para, or administrator, be ready to duck. They're not a lot of fun to fill out sometimes. And a para, as we mentioned, is funded as a 0.4 FTE teacher. So when we look at average salaries, the two combined, the paras are factored in as 0.4, not as a 1.0. And again, the para has to have a time and effort log showing that they are under the supervision of a licensed special education teacher and that they are spending their time working specifically with special education students on those items called for in their IEP. Any questions about that?
There are definitely going to be questions. Let's let you go ahead and finish, and then we'll go.
So the next question down, how do we determine how much state aid an individual district gets? That's not, we've alluded to how much state aid a district gets, but how do we decide how much that is? So I tried to give you an example, and those are representative numbers. They're not exact dollars for any specific year, but they're close to what they typically are. And again, this is spelled out in statute as well, the same statute that Gabrielle provided for you. So the legislature appropriates a sum of money. For this year, it's approximately $520 million. From that, at the end of the year, and I'm kind of combining some of the next question as well, school districts at the end of the year will tell us how much they spent on special education transportation. They'll tell us how much they spent on catastrophic aid, and they'll tell us how many teachers and paras they had, FTE. And KDHE will tell us how many students qualified for the Medicaid replacement aid that's spelled out in statute. All of that happens in late April, early May. Prior to that time, payments are all an estimate, but we'll talk about that later. So once we know those numbers, then of the $520 million, the first number that comes out of there is the transportation aid. And by statute, that's 80%. 80% of what they spent for special education transportation is reimbursed to them. And by special education transportation, the student's IEP has to specifically mention that special transportation services are needed. So if I'm receiving special education services for a speech and language disability, and I happen to ride the bus, that's fine, but that's not a special education expense. That's a general education expense to transport the child to school. If I'm receiving services for a disability and those services are located across town in a different school than I normally attend, so the district has to transport me from Lincoln Elementary to Jefferson Elementary, that trip is because of special education, and the IEP will say the student will be transported to Jefferson. And in that case, that portion of the trip is paid for by special education transportation. So it's not any student that rides a bus that has an IEP, it's only those that need transportation because of their IEP that are funded for transportation expenditures. So that's approximately $74 million most years across the state. It also includes, as statute spells out, the cost for teachers to be transported if they need to move from building to building, which is not uncommon. Those transportation costs are reimbursed as well. Catastrophic aid is a percentage of the aid for students who have really high needs, expensive programs. They go to a private hospital, for instance, or multiple staff members are necessary to work with that particular student's disability. That becomes catastrophic aid, and it's spelled out in statute what percentage of funding the school districts receive. Has to be twice the cost of categorical aid and then 75% of the amount above that. That's typically about $1 million each year statewide. The Medicaid replacement state aid is in statute. The legislature put that in place a number of years ago, and it will be $9 million, or as close to it as we can get it, rounding off the amount per pupil every year. So those items are paid off the top, so to speak. We subtract that from the $520 million appropriation. There's $436 million remaining. That goes to the categorical aid. How much is going to be paid for teachers and 4/10 paras to cover the costs of their salaries. So the $436 million is divided by the number of FTE teachers and paras and the actual numbers reported to us at the end of the year. And that gives us a categorical aid amount, $30,867. Since the parent teacher numbers were reported to us, we know how many each district has. We multiply that by the 30,867, and that's the balance of their state aid. So the next question down is, how do we distribute the state aid? If that's how we calculate it, how do we distribute it? So since those numbers are not turned in until the end of the year, districts give us an estimate at the beginning of the year when they turn in their budget. They work with their co-op, they work with their interlocal, how much state aid is going to flow through us, how many teachers and paras are we going to have. They estimate how much they're going to spend on transportation, all the categories you see there. They turn that number into us, and we pay based on that estimate until we get to the end of the year. That estimate's the only number we have to operate from. We pay 5 times per year for special education state aid, first in October, the last one in June. The payment in June is when we have actual numbers, so we can make whatever adjustments we need to make on what we've been paying on an estimate. If we've paid them too much, then their June payment's going to be smaller. If we haven't paid them enough, their June payment will be a little higher. The way it works out statewide, the June payment ends up being about 30% of what they received all year long. Since it's June, as you're well aware, the school year's over. So most of their costs have already been paid. That money typically is going to be for the following year, and they're not going to receive another payment until October. So that's the state aid they've got until the following year is about a month and a half old. So for those 2 reasons, 1, they're receiving the money in June, 2, they're not getting any more money until October. That shows up on a July 1 cash balance as a fairly high number. So that's part of the reason they have a relatively high cash balance at that point in time. They will have a cash balance because they have to estimate what kind of expenditures are we going to have next year, what student needs are going to be in place. But the reason that one tends to be higher is because of the timing on the state aid payments. Question has been asked before, why do you wait until October to make the first payment? Why don't you just make it right away? Typically, that's a function of the cash flow at the state level. When July 1 gets here, the state doesn't automatically have a pile of money ready to send out the door. They have to wait until their revenues start to come in as well. Important point. Since the actual numbers aren't turned in until May, and that payment is made, we don't have time to audit between May and the end of the fiscal year on June 30th. So special education, teacher entitlement, transportation expenditures are audited in the following school year. And if adjustments need to be made at that time, they are adjusted. We can pull the funding down. If they overestimated and we paid them too much, we will subtract that funding from next year's allocation. We cannot, because it was paid out of a current budget year. If they estimated too low, we can't give them more because that money has been spent and is gone. But it is audited, all those numbers are checked, and payment adjustments are made. A couple of short questions, finally, for you. How much remains in ESSER funds? We talked about the fact that the ESSER funds are a part of the federal expenditures. So on the 3rd page of that memo, you see ESSER 1. Well, let me back up. When the ESSER funds were distributed, and I'm not using the technically correct names, forgive me, Gabrielle. When the ESSER funds were distributed, the state board was given by federal authority with the bill 10% of the funds that they could allocate to school districts in an area of need. So with ESSER 1, they identified a portion of that money, $8 million, to go for special education purposes to be distributed to school districts. And of that $8 million, there's about $2,000 remaining that a couple of districts haven't drawn down yet, but will be spent. So that money was allocated by the state board for that purpose. That's federal money, so it shows up in the excess cost calculation as a part of the federal reimbursement. ESSER 2, same thing happened. The state board had authority to allocate that money to school districts in an area of need. They again chose to do part of that, $24 million this time, for special education. But they split it out and intended, it wasn't a requirement, but intended that about half of it be used in 2021-22 and about half of it be used in the current year, 22-23. Now, the way the federal timeline worked, we couldn't wait until now to allocate it. We had to make it available earlier. So of the 24 million, there's still 8.9 million available. And so on Gabrielle's chart, when you see next year the federal money dropped quite a bit, that's why. That money is gone after this school year. In addition, the federal government increased the allocation to the IDEA 6B funds, the normal federal state aid, for the past year. That money will also be gone in FY24. So that's what remains of the ESSER money that was targeted towards special education. And then we had a question about the process handbook, and Gabrielle mentioned that rather lengthy document, as well as one that's on the federal website. But on our website is a special education process handbook that's intended for school districts, interlocals, and co-ops to do just what it says. Here's the process you follow in providing special education services, funding those services, everything about it. One of the questions was, how often is that updated? Anytime a question comes up, whether it's from a school district or from our staff, we review what's in the handbook and update it at that point in time, but at least annually. Every year it's updated. And if you look inside the front cover of that handbook, it's, if a front cover applies because it's online, the dates that it's been updated are listed. The most recent one was September 14th of this year. In addition to that, there is an audit guide online that tells districts what we're looking at when we come to audit you, what are the different categories that we're going to be examining and why, and that document is updated annually as well. I'm not sure if that answered very many questions, but a few of them that we were asked anyway.
All right, thank you, Craig. Is there a reference to the audit guide on here?
I hope so. We intended one. No, the audit guide is not on there. I'll send that to you.
Okay, great. And I think there'll be no questions. I mean, 229 pages of handbooks and all of this, no questions
What could
at
be
all.
simpler?
Yes, exactly. So we'll start with Senator Gossage.
And no.
Thank you. I just have a very quick one. So perhaps I misunderstood, but on page 2, when you said $30,867 amount per FTE teacher, but on our earlier document where we were looking at added teachers and paras, 195, and then it says 67,316.
So 67,000 is the average amount of salary. We added up all the teachers and paras and divided it into how much was spent on salaries and fringe benefits, and that's the number you come up with. But the reimbursement that's provided is 30,000. It's not necessarily intended that the state's going to cover all the cost of the salaries. The dollars that are left are divided by the number of teachers, and that tells you how much of that salary is going to be provided by the state.
So the state is reimbursing 30,000.
Yes.
But we're including the 67,000 in the total.
Yes. Excess cost means we need to know how much was spent in total, and then subtract out what you were reimbursed for, and what's left is the excess cost. So we use the 67,000 to determine that total number that's going to be spent.
So if it is only the 30,000, it seems like we should come both ways to get to here. Because it seems like you're including the 60, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, the 67,000 in this total, and then we're subtracting federal, Medicaid, et cetera, and then saying, okay, state, you still owe this. It doesn't say state, you only owe 30,000.
Because that number will vary depending on teachers and paras. If I can, I'll refer back to the document Gabrielle gave you with the excess cost on it. which I
Right.
think you're looking at.
That's what I'm looking at.
So when you see the, in the first box, near the bottom, excess cost appropriation 520 million. The 30,000 per teacher is a part of that 520 million. So it's included in the state's contribution. In fact, it derives from the state's contribution. I don't know if that helps clarify anything or not. It's not being added anywhere else to add to the costs. It's actually being said
So
we're
this
covering
500
that portion of it.
I'm sorry. So the 520 million is saying this is all the state owes?
No, that's what the
No.
state appropriated.
State appropriated
Yes,
is the 30,000.
yes.
But if you're saying, but they still owe the rest.
The state appropriated 520 million, so that's what will be paid. If it were to be 92%, based on the numbers above that are provided, the state would need another 109 million.
And see, that's what's throwing
And
me.
that would bump that categorical aid from 30,000 to closer to 38,000. So we still wouldn't be covering the full cost of a teacher's salary. That's not the intent.
Okay. So you're saying with the 630 million, it would bring it up to 38,000?
No, oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. So if we were not intended to pay the full cost, why would we be paying the 38,000?
So that the 630 million would put the state at 92%, as is specified in statute. So if you paid that amount, all that additional money would go into the categorical aid because you've already paid for the other factors in there. So the categorical aid would increase, and I don't remember the number exactly, but approximately $7,700. So now you're going to be close to 38,000 per teacher.
And that's where
rather
you,
than 30.
and who determined, because of the 92%? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
92% of what?
of the excess cost. 92%. The excess cost was determined to be on that spreadsheet, estimated to be $684 million. That's how much will be spent in excess of the federal aid, in excess of the regular education costs and so forth.
And so that includes the 67,000 per
Yes,
teacher? Okay.
exactly.
All right.
And so 92% of that number is the 630 million. 92% of the 684.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Certainly.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on that, and then it goes to Senator Sykes and then Representative Hoffman, because I want to just hit that question, and then Representative Erickson. So, you know what I mean, Senator? But when we talk about that, if you take the number that you provided, 30,000 per student, and you multiply that by the number of FTE teachers, you have a total of like 865 million or so. But we know the total cost or total expenditures are over $1 billion. And we do little computations, which, by the way, we'll hit this later, but the expenditures in statute have there's nothing that defines what expenditures are in statute. It just says expenditures. And so that's why we work towards this, computing it in ways that are not necessarily square consistent. So my question to you, because we talk about, well, we only paid this amount for teachers, is it says in statute, notwithstanding any other provision of law, all monies received by the school district from whatever source for special education shall be credited to the special education fund established by the section. And there's others. So I guess I'm going to take that and extrapolate that out. If I'm having an expenditure for special education students, will it come out of my special education fund?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to transfer in any monies into that special education fund. And that total special education fund is over $1 billion. Is that correct?
The total special education expenditures are over $1 billion, yes.
Right, so that's the number we use in our calculations, correct? Okay, think about that for a minute. That's where I don't understand the squaring up, because we have their total expenditures with all of the costs for their teachers, their substitutes, which, by the way, we're not supposed to pay. The state is not supposed to pay for substitutes if the regular teacher is getting paid. Let's say she's got a sick leave, and so she's getting paid. So that, but yet, if they take it out of the special education, it's adding to the total expenditures, but we're technically not supposed to pay for that. And then we also see that with extended year. We also see that in the percentage of, I know we calculate it later, we put the number of FTEs and so forth, but what I am not understanding how it squares is we're paying 92% of this total expenditures, yet throughout the process, we're not supposed to be funding this. We're only supposed to do 75% of this. We're supposed to do 30% of this. But yet they're taking it all, they're moving money over, taking it and paying for it out of the fund. But in the end of the day, it doesn't matter the 30% or the 75% or this. If they're drawing it from that fund, that's the total expenditure, and we're doing 92%. So help me square those very different things.
I'm not sure I will entirely. But as you said originally, any expenditure for special education is required to be made out of the special education fund. So the state aid that the state provides is deposited in the general fund, and then by law, it has to be transferred into special education, the entire amount. Any additional money, let me back up. Federal aid is also deposited directly into the special education fund. Although if you belong to an interlocal or co-op, a law that goes directly to the interlocal or co-op, but nevertheless, it will go directly into the special ed fund. Any additional money you need to cover your special education expenditures, you transfer out of the general fund or the LOB so that you can spend it out of the special ed fund as required. So when we calculate that total cost, that is based on how much was spent out of the special education funds for school districts, for interlocals, for co-ops. We don't look at what was spent out of general fund, what was spent out of LOB, just what did they spend out of the general fund? I'm sorry, out of the special education
And
fund.
that exactly makes my point. They need to transfer money in because they can't, it's not our obligation to pay for the substitute teachers or the full 92% of the extended day. And those are just little examples. There are lists on the guidelines and in statute that we're supposed to pay this amount or this amount. But because it needs to be paid out of the special education fund, it's paid out of there, it's total expenditures there, and then at the end, we're told that we have to do 92% of that total. And so what we hear districts say is, I transferred in $1 million, I transferred in 200,000, I transferred in whatever number. But if you do the calculations, that's likely their obligation, not even talking about local option budget money attributed to that child. Doesn't matter. It's just attributed to that child. That child brought those dollars into that district, just like a free lunch student brings in those dollars to the district. So that's the question. Do you think, in your opinion, is that parallel? Are we supposed to pay 92% of a total cost? That's what the statute says.
Mm-hmm.
But is that parallel with every other guideline we have?
I wouldn't go with every other guideline. Maybe this will help, maybe it won't. So when we audit districts in the following year, if one of the things we audit is the time personnel actually spend providing special education services. So if you turned in a teacher as a 1.0 and we funded it that way, and you can't verify that they spent 100% of their time, maybe they only spent 0.8, we're going to adjust the number of teachers and pairs down by 0.2 in that particular case. So what actually gets funded is the numbers that we're actually providing services. So even though they may have paid for it originally out of special education, they're not going to be funded for that because it was not a special education expense.
And that actually makes sense, but still when we look at the overall expenditures for excess cost purposes, then that's what I'm saying, is that when you're looking at the total expenditures, those total expenditures don't differentiate between how I spend it. It's a total expenditure, and therefore we're paying the statute's written in such a way that we're obligated to the 92% of the total expenditures regardless, even though we're not funding it exactly that way. And I think that's the big debate. What are we funding? Are we funding our obligation? And I'm suggesting that it doesn't seem like those two things marry very well. And I can leave it at that and let you all think on that too and see if I'm completely off base, because maybe I am. All right, we're going on to the next person, Senator Sykes, and then we bounce to Representative Hoffman and then back to Senator Erickson. And is there any?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And going back to this chart, and I'm going to ask a question, and I hope my colleagues across the aisle don't throw something at me. But looking at the Medicaid reimbursement, if Kansas had expanded Medicaid, would more of those sped dollars be able to be reimbursed from Medicaid and even some of those 504?
Let me make sure we're talking about the right line. The Medicaid reimbursement that says 53.5 million? Okay. I believe the answer is yes, but I'm not an expert on Medicaid, so I couldn't go any further than that.
Representative Tarwater wanted to answer that real quick, and we'll pop right back to you, Senator.
If it had an effect, it would be very minimal because Medicaid expansion does not help children. It's 19 and older. So just wanted to clear that up. Thanks.
Thank you.
Back to Senator Sykes.
Just to follow up, as I have looked at other states, I think there are ways that they can, and North Carolina has done some wonderful things in helping their outcomes because of that expense, but thank you.
And Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to go back to, I know you said that this one shouldn't count and everything, but I want to go back to it. Just to try to understand, let's just take the first two. You've got two school districts in the same county. Marymount Valley, it looks like to me, received 87% of their excess costs from us. Iola received 104% of their excess costs from us. And you explained a little bit, but I didn't totally understand what you were saying about. I just want to understand, so Iola actually spent what they said they spent on special education in 2021-22 was $1.3 million, or 1.38, or 08, and they got 1.360. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
So they got 104%, whereas Marymount only got 87%.
Yes.
Okay, so if we would put more money into the system, and Marymount got up to 92%, I would assume that Iola would then be maybe 114% or something like that. Because they're going to get more money too, right?
Yes, everything else being equal. And the reason I say that is, in this example, for instance, and I don't know, obviously, Iola may have had students move out that might move in next year and so forth. And so, but if all else being
It could
equal,
fluctuate.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's fluctuated.
If one goes up, they both will.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so explain to me, and you're saying that it's usually the smaller schools that are getting more, and maybe that's okay. I'm not saying that it's not okay, but explain to me how we can set and say that we're only paying 92% of the excess costs for the school districts. When I look through here, and I started to add them up and then I stopped, I would say that probably the majority of them are getting more than 92%. But because the big schools aren't, it's bringing that level down, or that percent down. Am I correct?
Yes, because the calculation is done on a statewide basis, that's.
So it appears to me
Ballpark
that
correct.
there possibly
There
is a
will be
problem with the
exceptions.
calculation.
There's not a problem in calculation the way it's defined in statute.
Well, I know that. I understand that. I'm not saying you're doing it wrong. I'm saying that it's not necessarily being distributed at 92% anyway. Even if we put in an average of 92% in for the statewide, it's still not being distributed at 92%. And I'm not saying that's, I mean, I can take a lot of examples in the regular funding formula where I think that maybe small schools ought to be getting more than the big schools, so maybe this equals it all out. I'm just saying that there's a lot of issues, I think, when we sit here and say, we're not paying 92%, but yet when we really get down into the school districts, some of them are doing pretty good. Some of them are getting quite a bit more than their actual costs.
In a given year, yes. Now they send that on to their co-op or their interlocal, which consists of a number of schools. So in the two you happen to pull out belong to the same co-op. So in that particular year, Iola was probably covering some costs for Marmarton Valley that they weren't covering. Once it got to the co-op level, the way the co-op was spending the money.
Okay. So Iola is paying maybe more of the cost at the co-op than
Marmarton Valley,
than
correct.
Martin Valley, okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, it's just interesting that you bring that up because in my county, if I look at my schools, Andover, Rose Hill, Douglas, and Augusta, you're absolutely right. Except for Andover, which is 88.64, all of the others are 101, 155, and 120%. So I guess we just really need to be aware of that. And if there is, as the senator just mentioned to me, maybe we need to be looking at this statute and how this is distributed versus on the size of the school, and co-ops are maybe separate, because this doesn't seem to be equitable in glancing at it. But okay, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment on that. I'm not saying this is accurate. I did do the math, Kyle, and I came up with 149 districts that are above the 92%, with 7 more districts 90 to 92% is my rough guesstimate. But Craig, I have a document here. I'm not even sure where I got it, but it is listed as from KSDE, and it's about the ESSER funds again. And I just have a very quick question. ESSER wanted to sped funds by allowable use by categories, and then there's a donut chart there. I don't know if you can picture what that is, but it breaks down where the ESSER funds were spent. And ESSER funds can be used for premium pay, and 20% of the 10.3 million that were expended at this point that this chart was made, 20% went to premium pay. Is there any data that shows, did teachers receive the bulk of that premium pay? Who received and benefited from that premium pay? Is there any data around that?
I'll have to check with our staff to see how detailed we can get. The short answer is it varies by district. In a lot of districts, I won't say most, all staff members benefited. In other districts, specific categories of staff members.
So even non-SPED teachers
Yes.
could have gotten premium pay from the SPED ESSER premium pay fund?
If that document is specific to SPED, then no, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about just ESSER funds in general.
Well, the title is Special Education, talks about the 32 million
Okay.
specifically for SPED, and I just don't.
No, that would have been limited to special
Okay.
education.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
You,
you.
Madam Chair.
All right, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about the Medicaid replacement, the $10 million. So with the reimbursement of the 56% in Medicaid, so about half of that would still be state dollars, correct?
There's two different pots of Medicaid, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
Okay, the one that says Medicaid replacement.
Okay.
What exactly, because Medicaid was is the purpose of Medicaid is health care. So I'm trying to understand.
That's actually state aid money, and I don't recall the year. Your revisers could probably tell you, but a number of years ago, the statute was changed so that when Medicaid was being reduced, is my understanding, the state chose to pay $9 million as replacement for that fund. That's why it's called Medicaid Replacement Aid. So the students who receive services are submitted in early April. KDHE receives that information. They run it through their formula to determine how many qualified for those services that were received. They send us the numbers, and then we divide the $9 million in state money out for that purpose. So essentially, one way to look at it, instead of labeling all of the state aid as $529 million, it's $520 million and $9 million that goes out for Medicaid replacement aid.
And they're replacing what again? I'm sorry, I don't
Lost Medicaid funds is my understanding.
Lost Medicaid funds. And so I don't understand how dollars from Medicaid to be used for healthcare services go into education. Or have anything to do with education.
And I'm a little over my head now, but somebody behind you can correct me better. Services that are provided that are Medicaid eligible, provided by the school, qualify, and those are turned in then to KDHE, who determines that, yes, they do meet the qualifications and the funding is provided that way.
Can I get a list of what those are, those services that are Medicaid eligible?
Sure.
I'm just curious. And also, my fellow senator here had mentioned about North Carolina, and I thought maybe there might be a different state because North Carolina has not expanded Medicaid. But thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to finish with the last set of questions from, did I miss anyone? Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to make this quick, but Craig, do you have the numbers on what percentage of students with IEPs have an IDD waiver?
No. I don't. I think I might be able to get it for you.
Okay.
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry, I was writing another note.
What percentage of students with IEPs have an IDD waiver? So they would be covered under Medicaid services if they have an IDD, correct?
I will find that out for you.
And then I think I can wait for my other question later, but.
Craig's going to be here all day, right, Craig? Thank you. We really appreciate it. And actually, there was another name on the list I overlooked. So this is the last question, Representative Tarwater.
Thanks. Just a couple of quick questions. Back on your memo where you go through kind of how a teacher, if she spends an eighth of her day with a special ed child, then 1/8 of that FTE goes towards the special ed funding. What if, I guess just background, so we've done an audit on the bilingual funding and at the at-risk funding, and both of those audits found that most of the funding that we put forth for bilingual funding and for at-risk funding was used in classrooms for just general classrooms for teacher salaries, and they weren't broken out. They didn't assign only that portion of the salary of that teacher. So if a teacher, a special ed teacher, is teaching a class and it's 18 people in the class, but 2 of them have IEPs, how is that teacher's salary broken out for special ed? Is it the same as they just put the whole salary in there because she's with those children all day? Or is it that there's only 2 out of 18, so it would be 1/9 of the salary?
That is not uncommon in a preschool setting where we have 3- and 4-year-old special education students and those without an IEP. And for a portion of the day, the special education teacher may be the only teacher there working with both of them. So the salary is prorated based on the number of students. If half the students have an IEP, then half the salary is, half that time is included in the calculation for the salary.
Okay, thanks.
Certainly.
All right, thank you very much, Craig. We're going to move on to our next topic here, and it's continuation. All right, thank you all for your patience. As we move to excess costs, we have Dave Traubert here from Kansas Policy Institute. Welcome. Then Leah, and then Kyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It's really been interesting listening to this conversation. There is, unfortunately, a lot of this has to be in the weeds, and some of my testimony certainly is going to be in those weeds. But there is I can't emphasize enough that everybody understand the difference between what gets counted as whether the state is meeting its 92% versus what is actually being spent, and as defined by whatever the districts charge to that fund, which may not be, as the chair has pointed out, what the state is obligated to pay for. There are several different calculations going on here, and there's a lot, and I'm going to start with another one where it does not seem that the state is getting credit for all of the aid that's being provided. Statute 743422A2 deducts weightings when they're calculating the amount of the state aid for special education. Weightings get deducted. And a few months ago, we asked Craig why that is. And he said, I don't know, it's just in statute. But special education students are eligible for weightings, according to Craig. Now, it's obviously going to vary by one, but that's being taken out. You are not getting credit for the weightings that are going in for special education students. So we looked at the calculation a little differently, something that's maybe a little more straightforward, easy to follow. And if you look at the table on the first page of my testimony, and I'm just going to look at the first column for fiscal 2021, that's actual costs. So we start with the amount of sped aid, $505 million, and this is from the state. Then we add the regular aid for special education students. To do that, we go to the Department of Education Legal Max Fund file, where they calculate what's the total amount of money going into the general fund. We deduct the special education that's included in that, and then divide the total by the number of full-time equivalent students in the state. That's then the average for every regular education student. That was $193 million in regular aid for special education students. You take the per student amount from that calculation times the 29,000 students that KSDE uses. Then you add the local option budget on both of those. As Craig mentioned earlier, it was 31% in 2021. It was 31.6 for 2022. So you take $505 million plus $193 million, 31% of that total is $216 million of local option budget money that is generated on behalf of or because of those special education students. Then you add in the federal amounts that KSDE has provided, and the total aid available for special education students then is about $1.1 billion. They spent $1 billion. Actual cost as recorded in the online database for each district, with one exception. I'll get back to that. But the total, and again, this is what KSDE reported, $1,117,000,000. But the total aid available there was $1,093,000,000. So you're looking at 7.5%, 107% of cost. If you count all the aid that should be counted that's generated for those kids, the districts are getting more money than what they say they spent. So the next thing I want to talk about is the cash reserves. And there was some mention of this We actually have another year's worth of data that's available on KSDE's website. Between 2020 and 2022, school districts increased their special education reserves by $24 million. That's part of the total increase in operating reserves of $180 million over those 2 years. So now let's try to put that in context. And let me preface it with this. I understand that teachers are feeling differences in the classroom and paras are feeling the difference. Those are management decisions. That's how the school board and the school administration is choosing to allocate money. But then when you go look at what they've done, they haven't even spent all of the money they received over those 2 years. $180 million in total. We're not counting capital aid. We're not counting debt spending that's for debt reduction, debt service rather. So now if there were truly not enough money being spent on something, why wouldn't school districts be tapping those reserves? They started this current year with $1,178 million in operating cash reserves. The ability is there, but the fact that those balances are going up as they have over time, you can look on page 2 of my testimony, you can see that operating reserves July 1 of 2005 was $468 million. Now we're pushing $1.2 billion. These funds operate just like our personal checkbooks. If we put more money in than we spend each year, the balance is going to be higher. And what you're seeing is that school districts collectively have put about, $800 million of aid over those years, or local option budget, taxes, whatever. It's gone into those funds. More has gone in than they've spent. So it's really hard to make the case that, and again, teachers feel it, students may feel it, but the decisions made by administration indicates that they're not even spending all the money that is being provided to them. The third thing I'd like to talk about is what's being recorded as special education spending. And again, this is how school districts have charged it to the special education fund. That's the only thing we have to go on. It's audited, but it sounds like from previous testimony that even if it's properly recorded, some of that money is going there because they have to pay it out of that fund, even though it shouldn't be counted. So there should be some calculation. If we can identify that, you pull it out. But in our review of this fund, and on the last page of my testimony, is this really hard to read spreadsheet of how we track down the spending, looking at the online reports for every district. And these are just, this is the statewide total. How much came out of the special ed fund? How much came out of the special ed co-op fund? And the last column is interlocal. Now, interlocal is $236 million of spending that is not published. I didn't know that until we tried to reconcile how are we getting over $1 billion in spending. And it turns out that the interlocal spending and the interlocal employment not included in the totals you're seeing when you look at the total spending online or what's reported. Now, there is a deduction because there are, and again, this is, I'm sorry, this is into the weeds, but you know, I have an accounting background, so it's a little bit easier for me to follow it. But part of what gets reported as an expense in a special education fund is money that's paid to the co-ops. So KSDE does not count that because it's not really a spending. It's they spend it out of this fund, then it becomes a revenue in this co-op fund, and then they record how they spent that. So you can't count the payment from the school district to the co-op as an expenditure. So we deduct that, as they did. And that's how you get to the $1 billion. But within there, there's some things that, as an accountant, when you look at how things are recorded across districts, there's some things that really jump out and question whether some of this money really belongs there, like $1 million in utility costs. The utilities are what they are. That's not part of a special ed cost, but it's there. It's a small one, but it's an easy one to understand, and that's why I pointed out. We found $45 million of administration. And this is what school districts categorize as administration. 45 million of that $1 billion for special education is administration. The Sedgwick County Interlocal recorded $5.5 million in other. The rest of the state put less than that into other. What is that $5.5 million going there in other? We don't know. There are payments to co-ops and interlocals. As I said, they don't count as spending, but there's $5.6 million charged to interagency purchased services. Are we counting that expense twice? There are just one example after another, and we know, and just in closing, we know that there is historical basis to question this. One, I think it was Representative Tarwater mentioned there was an at-risk audit, which concluded that most of the money that they examined wasn't being spent in accordance with state law. I know we've gone through over the years and found things like, I think it was $136 million of administration spending was not being reported to you as administration. Dale Dennis fixed that years ago. And that's when you passed legislation that required a specific report to be filed. We need to go through and look at these things. It really looks as though you're providing, if you count it correctly and get credit for everything that you're providing, that more money is being provided than is being spent, and that assumes that what's being reported as spent is accurate. There's reason to believe that's not the case. You know, when you find, it's a fair question to raise that school districts are saying you're not meeting the 92%. But you have to look at everything at the same time. And we know, for example, that school districts were not, and probably still are not, following the state law on at-risk spending. We know that last year and again this year, school districts pretty much ignored the building needs assessment law. We have the documentation. We provided it last year. We've done the documentation again. That's not being done. So it's a fair question to say, are you meeting your obligation? But it's also fair for you to look back at the school districts and say, are you doing your job properly? Are you spending your money properly? I would, and I'll just conclude by saying I think it would be that note that mentioned that it's because of state cash flow that school districts don't get their special ed payment until October. That's something that seems like it ought to change. I mean, even if there is a cash flow issue, the school districts and the special ed students shouldn't suffer because of that. It's up to the state to figure out how to get its cash flow working and get them the money when they need it, not when it's convenient for the state to send it out. So with that, I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Dave. What questions do we have? Okay, Senator Gossage and then Representative Hoffman.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So the numbers that you have on your chart on the last page, are these numbers jiving with what we were given, or is this different?
No, so this is a reconciliation. So there is at the bottom, it's 1 billion, last column, 1,017 million and change. That is the exact amount that KSDE said was spent. We're just showing you the breakdown of this. Yes.
Okay.
Not that the numbers that are here are necessarily where they should be, but that's just where they've been reported.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, you said that the co-op numbers weren't in the total, but they are in the total in this.
They're in the total in this because, and it's not the co-op, it's the interlocal.
Oh, but they're in here too, though.
Yeah, the co-ops are in there. What happens is it's coincidental that it works out to be about the same. What's not being counted, what KSDE is not counting in the special ed and the co-op special ed funds are the payments to co-ops. That's being reduced, taken out of the calculation. But when we did that, we said, look, Craig, I can't reconcile this. What's missing? And that's when we learned that the interlocal spending of about $236 million is just not published online. But they are counting it in their calculation.
But the amount that trying to understand, the amount that that a school district pays into the interlocal is considered cost that is used to pay, or whether or not we pay that
Yeah,
that
so
cost.
when the interlocal spends it,
Okay.
that's counted as a cost. But
Not when the school district sends it to the interlocal.
That's right. That's deducted
Okay.
from the cost, as it should be. But there may be other costs that should be deducted from that as well.
Right, and I get from school districts, all the time that our interlocal costs just keep going up, and I know they have, they have a voice on that board, but still, help me out. So when an individual school district could be paying more into that interlocal than what they actually are getting back as excess cost, or as the cost.
I haven't seen how they calculate their charges and how they bill districts, so I really couldn't comment on that. But it's a very good question to be
Kyle,
asked.
maybe.
And when, everybody's costs keep going up, taxpayers' costs keep going up, but whether for this or any other government function, we ought to be focusing on, is this a necessary cost increase? Are we spending everything? Are we doing everything as efficiently and effectively as we can? And it doesn't seem that that exercise has taken place.
Sure, I'm just trying to understand where the money's going.
Yeah,
That might be a question for Kyle that I'll ask, so
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah, I mean, Craig did say that they're looking at posting this interlocal spending online and the employment. So they would have to make the adjustment for what's included in SPED and co-op SPED accounts that isn't being counted. That would have to be part of the disclosure so that you can see how you get to the final total.
Other questions for Dave? One last question. Oh, wait, sorry, Senator, and then I'll follow up.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at that last page with the listing and the descriptions. So under instruction tuition is total 5.7, 5.8 million. What is that tuition?
That is, and this is just the title of the account. It's tuition paid to other local education agencies that are in-state and tuition paid to private schools.
Okay. Talk to me about, so instruction, it is specifically for just our SPED kids?
Yes.
Instruction costs. All right, so when I look at student support, well, actually, when I'm going through there, student support, staff support, administration, well, and even instruction, we've got like 8 million in other. Can you identify what other is on
No,
those expenditures?
You cannot, because this is the only detail that's provided.
Okay. When we're talking about administration and operations and utilities, so let's say a small district has 4 buildings and they have, let's say, 6 special education rooms. Are they factoring what the utilities would be for just those 6 rooms?
Perhaps, we don't know, but it's, a lot of this is not consistent. Some districts do things like charge utilities, others don't. But if you have the buildings, I mean, you should, because you're focused on reimbursing for excess costs, it would seem that the only thing that should be counted are the things that are incremental because of special education students. You're going to pay utilities whether there's anyone in that room or not.
Right.
So those types of things should not count. But you can tell when you go through the data, and there's hundreds of lines of this data. I didn't bother you with that, but you can tell that in some cases, it's just a flat allocation. You can tell that in some cases, there's one in there for contracted bus services. Well, it's millions in a lot of districts, but in some, it's less than $100. I mean, nobody has a bus contract for $42, but there's a charge in there for it. I mean, that's why this needs to be really carefully examined to determine how much of this billion actually is for the incremental costs of special education kids.
So my last question is just with regard to administration. So pay, benefits, payroll tax, et cetera. So for administration, are we talking about building administrators, or are we talking about like the special education director for a district or something like that? What is administration with this?
Most likely both. What you're seeing here is a combination. There's 3 different kinds of administration in the accounting handbook for the schools. One is building administration. So that's principals, assistant principals. Another one is called general administration. That's really like district, so at the district level. The third one is central administration, or central office, and that is more like the back office type services. That's HR and accounting and things of that nature. So the 3 of those are combined. So some of what is being, some of that $45 million is just back office stuff, again, that is going to happen whether you had one special education kid or not. Those costs exist, the people doing payroll, the people doing accounting. And the building administration, you know, are they allocated? We don't know. We just know that they are charging building administration, but the principal is going to be there, whether they're special education students or not. So it's not, it doesn't seem like that would be an incremental cost that should be counted as special education.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for Dave? Dave, just the last question, then really quick, on the first page, just making sure we are using the same language. When you have the chart and you have regular aid for special students, special education students, are you talking about the base plus weightings?
Yes.
Okay, that's the base plus weighting, just making sure I'm getting.
Times the 29,000. So it's, the calculation is explained in the footnotes of the table.
Okay.
It's going to the legal max. And I think it was in round numbers, 3.6 billion was in the general fund.
Okay.
Take the special education money out of that and take that net amount divided by the total FTEs for the state.
Okay, well then let's do the next one real quick as
Yep.
well. That you have LOB on special education and base aid.
Right.
So you have it, but go ahead and explain that to me because that number seems a little different than what I was thinking of. So go ahead and explain that one.
So what we did there is take, for 2021, 505 million of special ed aid and 193 of regular aid times 31%.
Okay.
Because 31% in the legal max file is the statewide average for LOB.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right, Senator Gossage and then Representative Tarwater.
You must
I
have
keep
eyes in the
looking.
back of your head.
Yes, thank you for helping
You're looking
me.
straight at me. You did
I
a
know,
Patrick
I tend to
Mahomes,
look
but you
right.
could see him. That's terrific. So I want to go back and sorry, I had to take a quick restroom break, so I missed the very first part of your presentation. But in reading through this information, it sounds like that there are some substantial dollars that are left over year to year, for a better word, to put that reserves. Is anything ever taken into consideration that, okay, this is going to be the cost, but you already have this much money in reserves?
No. I mean, there is one small exception to that. If there is money left over in the general fund, then that is deducted from next year's fund. So most districts have that ending at zero because they can just take the money from there and put it somewhere else where it won't be deducted. But for the terms of special education, no, that's not part of it. Obviously, every entity needs, just like us, we need reserves. We need some degree of reserves. But when you look at the patterns of all the districts, that's where you start to see that there's strong evidence that indicates some districts, and ironically, these seem to be the bigger districts, have some cash management problems. Because statewide, and I'll go back to the $1.2 billion in total operating reserves, that's about 18% of operating spending. Now, for perspective, the state general fund is supposed to have an ending balance of 7.5%. We're at an 18%, give or take, average for school districts. But interestingly, there are dozens of districts that operate with less than 10% in reserve. That's cash management. It can be done because they're all getting their payments in October or whenever. They're all spending it the same way every month. But some districts, and the data shows it's the smaller districts, are better at cash management because historically, they'll have less than 10% in reserves.
So then my final question is, when they're looking at the projections for next year, we need to hire this many teachers, or this is what our expenditures are going to be. I thought about what you were saying in that small business owners, especially those who work out of their home, they know that, okay, I office right here, and this is clients come in through my side door, and this is 10% of my total square footage of my house, so I count that 10% of all of my utilities and everything toward my business. But that does not equate with the term excess cost.
That's right.
Because what you're saying is the building would need to be there anyway.
Whether you call it excess cost or incremental cost, it's what are you spending more because of this? Special education or whatever this is.
So is there then, in this handbook that we saw, and I don't know if you're the right person to ask, Dave, but in this handbook that we saw, does it say, in order to calculate this, you like the IRS will say, calculate it using this manner, this percentage, this square footage, whatever. Are they given instructions on how to calculate these utilities and, all of these different things?
There are a few comments made, but
Okay.
again, this is an accounting manual for all school spending.
Okay.
And it's, there's a lot of guidance on what goes into which account. It's like, this is what's supposed to go in here. But there's not much about, there is some discussion in general education of some cost allocation, but I've not seen anything in the accounting handbook dealing specifically with special education.
Well, I know as a classroom teacher, I would have students in my classroom that had special needs. They went to their special classes, et cetera. Never occurred to me that they might be saying, well, we pay teacher Gossage X amount, but a percentage of that should come out of the special education dollars because she has 2 special ed kids in her room. Is that what I understood from Representative Tarwater's question?
I think so.
Okay.
There is, we don't know if, we can't tell from the data how they are doing it for special education. We do know from the legislative post-audit that that's what they were doing for at-risk spending.
Okay.
Where, let's say, for example, there were 40% of the kids in the classroom were at risk, then they were charging 40% of the teacher's salary against the at-risk fund. We don't know if that's being done here, but there's reason to ask the question.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm just going to quickly add here on your tour, I just think it's amazing. It's not that the utilities there's $1 million reported in utilities that have been placed in special education. There's $500,000 in repairs and maintenance that most people might be putting in their capital outlay. And it's not that that isn't attributable to special education. Surely it might be, especially if it's in an interlocal. But the question is, are we, I mean, the fact that we're paying 92% of that number is the problem, because it should be about paying for the teachers and the services and not those actual structures, even though it is a special education cost, because that student brings in money as a student in every category. They're bringing it in. And so there is an average per pupil. So, all right, Representative Tarwater.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And even if we just would assume just for a moment that all the expenses were real expenses and they should be attributable to or assigned to special needs, the frustrating part is how we account for how we fund them. And we started talking about this last year when we went through the special ed funding and the revenue or the estimates that they do and what we're credited for. I started asking a lot of questions last year, and we've progressed all the way to this point now. The frustrating part is that we have this big number that we have to hit, and as you go down through what we're credited for, I was asking the same questions that you are, I think, at that time. And I appreciate you coming here today and doing this presentation, because these are the numbers that I kind of wanted to get to. It's like if there's excess cost should be truly excess cost. And so if we have a student that's in a classroom that we are actually sending money to that school, and they're drawing down funds for several different weightings, and we assign a weighting to the local options budget. That was one of the first things we discussed today, but yet we don't get any credit for the local option budget that student draws down. And so that's where I thought that the motion that was made on the House floor last year was irresponsible, because we didn't have all of the numbers in front of us. And it was my inclination that we are way overfunding special education if we did take into account everything that we spent on that pupil. And so I really appreciate this. And I want you to, the question part is, for clarification, if we are credited for everything that we give that student, we are well over 92% funded. Is that what your testimony is today?
That's if you're given credit for the LOB and the weightings that are attributable to special education students, using the number of 29,000 that the Department of Education provides, then yes, then total spending or total aid was 7.5% above actual spending for 2021. And the 22 estimate here shows it would be basically 103%. Now we know from a number this morning, because the estimate was 107.9, actual was 105.9. So it was even 20 million more of a difference for 2022. So yes, in short, yes, it appears that even if all of the special education expenditures are properly recorded, the total aid generated and attributable to those special education students exceeds the total expenditures.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dave, for providing your testimony, and we'll move on to our next on our list, Leah Fleiter with the KASB. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Okay, I'll go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to appear on behalf of the more than 88,000 disabled and gifted students who receive special education services in Kansas public and private schools. You have my written testimony, and in interest of time, I won't read it to you. I was I was under the impression I only had 5 minutes, so I prepared very, very brief written remarks because I wanted to yield some time to Kyle Carlin, who is your next conferee, who is the actual expert on special education excess costs and how that goes into play. So I'm going to defer some of my time to him. But I will hit some high points right now. 1 in 6 Kansas students benefits from special education services. That's 1 in 6 students. Special education costs have increased because of a number of factors. Bipartisan efforts to identify challenges such as dyslexia, as well as the state support for early childhood education, have led to the early identification of more students who will benefit from services. Early identification, early intervention means that those kids have a much greater chance for success, and that leads to the success of all Kansas students because they can even get that intervention and age out or perform out of special education services. And really that early education gives greater efficiency to the legislature's investment because you have kids identified early, they get the services they need, and they're able to transition out into the general education classroom. Kansas parents have extensive rights under the state special education law, and you've heard some about that today, to request services beyond those that are mandated by federal law. So naturally, this increases the number of students who receive services in Kansas. Another factor is that changing needs have resulted in the identification of students with mental health issues. We saw that before the pandemic, and of course that was exacerbated during the pandemic when kids were in situations where parents were losing their jobs, parents were sick, parents were even dying, several factors at the societal level that impacted student achievement. Those problems lead to academic and behavioral problems, which can result in special education needs if they're not addressed in the general classroom. When school funding fell behind inflation from 2009 to 2017, regular education staff and support programs were reduced in order to compensate for that special ed underfunding, when general ed is reduced, special ed has to take priority because it's a legal requirement. Full funding of SPED helps all Kansas students. Finally, despite funding issues, Kansas ranks in the top 10 states for students with disabilities and their graduation rates from high school. And special ed graduation rates have improved more than overall graduation rates in Kansas. That's a testament to the incredible dedication of Kansas teachers and special education leaders. And we've talked about some audits today. And I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention the legislative post-audit a few years ago of special education funding by the state, and it found that the state legislature has underfunded special education by perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. So I think if we're going to talk about audits, we need to also have a discussion about that LPA study as well. So in interest of time, I'll stop now and stand for questions at the appropriate moment.
I'm going to offer Senator Sykes the first opportunity, even though this is not the exact person you wanted to ask, but go for it.
So I think my question is going to be for Craig, and it's based on the testimony we just received, but having to do with those cash reserves, Craig, or Leah, I don't care.
I'll probably defer to Craig.
I just want to clarify the use of those cash reserves to cover that fall payment and how those are accounted for. Sorry, I'm
I'll
getting
defer to Craig on that. He's the expert.
The magic math and all of this, I'm just trying to dig in. So.
Thank you. I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're asking.
So as Dave was talking about those cash reserves and how they've grown, can you talk about, how the reserves cover that fall payment and how it's accounted for?
Sure. So as we went through, school districts receive state aid in June, and that fiscal year is essentially over by that point in time. So that money is used primarily for the startup in the following fiscal year so that they can cover the costs of starting school, in some cases extended school year, depending on the time that goes into effect, until they receive more state aid in October. So the cash balance that they have partially is intended to cover that, and partially it's, as we all do, you need reserves depending on what's going to happen in the coming year and what needs may arise that you hadn't planned for.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair, for going back.
Yes, other questions for Leah? So we wanted to start with the 5 minutes and give lots of time for questions. Yes, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you for being here, and thank you, Madam Chair. So talk to us about that discussion we were having with regard to administration and utilities costs.
Yes.
Coming out of. So what direction does KSB give to school boards and to administration primarily with regard to that accounting aspect of special education?
Thank you for that question, Senator. We advise our boards to follow the law. They allocate those funds in a legal way. If you have an expense that's charged to administration, I would imagine you would find that is to a special education director, somebody like Kyle or some of the other folks in the room. If you have utility costs, some of the districts might have a standalone facility, a day school for kids with severe needs, and so the utility costs could be allocated to that standalone facility that several school districts have. And I think that probably helps that money add up pretty quickly if you've got a standalone special education building, which some of our districts do.
Okay. What do you show as the breakdown for paras versus instructors?
I don't have that. I'd really prefer to defer to to Craig and Dale in KSDE, since they're the KSDE experts.
Well, the reason I ask is because you have that chart
on the
there.
chart. Mm-hmm.
But when we're talking about staff, it doesn't say paras, it just says staff. So do you know of that staff that we're looking at for special education, are those all paras?
Let's see. Oh, you're talking about licensed teachers and then total staff,
Right.
Special education and total staff.
Right.
Well, I would think that if you do the math, and I believe we got this information from KSDE, so I may have to defer to Craig and Bert Moore. Okay. But if you've got special education teachers at 3,841, that's what you're looking at. And then you've got total staff of 10,000, the difference would indicate paras. And that I think that probably jibes. You have, in many cases, you may have more than one para in a classroom, depending on the needs of the child. And so that's where I would figure that out.
Okay.
And I would say, too, the total education and special education staff could also apply to other, teachers or staff who are providing special education services for part of the day. And again, I defer to Craig and to Bert Moore for the detail on that.
Okay, so what enrollment, you have head count in staff and licensed, is that head count also?
I believe so, Craig.
Okay, all right, thank you much.
Thank you.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. Just a quick question to follow up on a statement that you said. One of the reasons we're seeing increased number of special education students is because we're getting them earlier and identifying them quicker. Is there any data, longitudinal data over the effectiveness? Because I'm just trying to think through that. If we're getting them younger and identified, then I would think over time the number of students would decrease as they age through the system? I don't know. That's why I'm asking, is there any data that shows that effectiveness?
I think our special education administrators could address that for you. I think this is, we really want to keep this as the focus on kids, and what we're trying to do best for kids. And, when you get kids in early, I think we see the classroom teachers and the special education administrators do see that improvement, and I think they would be able to show you that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? Yes, Senator Gossett.
Thank you. When we talk about teachers' salaries, are we referring to their full compensation package? So capers, contributions, benefits, or is this just what we would consider salary?
Based on the data that we pulled from KSDE, it's not capers. That's what I thought. It's not capers.
But it is other benefits like health insurance, et cetera? Okay, thank you. And then I guess the other question might be for Craig.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you. Why isn't it capers?
I'd
As far
defer
as
to
what
the expert
district
on that.
contributes.
Thank you, Senator. It's a function of the way the budget reporting works. The capers money comes to a district and then bounces back immediately, since it's a state-covered fund. So it shows up in a different fund. It doesn't show up in general fund. It doesn't show up in LOB. It doesn't show up in special education. It has its own standalone fund specifically
Oh,
for
I know, but it
capers.
is an expenditure of the state.
It is.
So can you get us what it is that,
We
get that
would
information
need-
for us?
we-
That should be included.
We would need help from capers on that because they do the payroll calculations that determine the percentages. And I guess I'm not sure if they can pull out special ed teachers from that payroll calculation. I'll look into that though.
Well, school districts certainly know.
Yeah, but they don't do the calculation on what percent. We'll see what we can find out for you.
Okay, I think that we do need to include that because that is one of the, it is the defined benefit for teachers in our public schools.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Gossett.
Yes, I'm sorry, Craig, could you come back up? I was waiting for you and I didn't get my hand up fast enough. Could you respond to the question that I asked Dave Trobert about how is this reporting done when it comes to things like utilities, et cetera? If we're calling this excess costs, do they say this room is X by X feet and we use that for special ed, so therefore this is utilities for this room, this percentage of utilities? Or how is that done to come up with utilities?
I can't speak for every district, but I think the majority of it is what Leah described. There are a number of special purpose schools that are specifically for special education. Nothing happens in that building except
So it's
special
considered
education.
excess because that wouldn't be needed if there were no special education services offered.
Correct.
Thank you.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In her testimony, Ms. Fleider referenced that funding didn't keep up with the rate of inflation for a period of years. I've seen conflicting data on that. And so I need to understand, because some people have said it has, some people say it hasn't. And I don't know what all they're including in that. So would you mind sharing with me what you're doing? I'd like to just resolve the details
Well,
of that.
I would defer to the Kansas State Department of Education's figures on that. I would not defer to an outside organization. I would defer to the actual people who do the work, because KSD are the folks who have to comply with the state law, and they're accountable to you, and I would defer to the KSDE figures on funding.
I don't believe I referenced any outside organization, so I'm not sure what you're implying there. But my thing is, I have seen in documentation provided to the legislature, regardless of source, I want to reconcile that so I know accurately what that looks like. So whether it's KSDE, I just want to know what you referenced so that I can make sure I have a clip.
Thank you. I reference the budget information that is submitted by every school district to the state. That funding in their budget, including special education, is audited by the State Department of Education, and it's also audited by local accounting firms in each community. And so I would refer to those documents.
I'm familiar with those, and I appreciate that, although I would note that the auditing provided to local school districts does not follow general accepted accounting practices. And so there's always nuances, and that's what I'm saying. I just want to understand the nuances in that discussion around that topic.
Well, you know, school districts don't comply with, they don't use that general accounting process because they're allowed by state law to.
I understand the rationale. I'm
Right.
saying there are nuances to any data you're looking at. I want to understand those. So that's what I'm trying to clarify.
Right. Well, I think we're kind of talking in circles. I mean, you know, the school
I
districts.
just simply said,
I know.
may I have the data that you referenced in your presentation? I just want to have your data and your source so that I can resolve those nuances. So
well, I think the data that you have received is from KSDE, and it's from the legal budgets that are certified by school districts.
I don't have that data in front of me today, Ms.
Okay,
Fliger, and
well,
I was asking if I perhaps could get that. But if
course.
not, that's okay. I understand. I'll
We'll
get it another way.
absolutely- we'll absolutely get it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Lee, I'm going to follow up on that question. So to give context to your testimony that says the cost of special education services has increased significantly more than inflation, would you say that is also true with the cost of general education?
Sure.
Yes. So the cost of general education has not kept up with the rate of inflation.
The cost of general education has not kept up, or it has exceeded?
It has not kept up with yes, it is. The cost has exceeded the rate of inflation. Is that true for general education?
That tends to be the case. Costs go up for all of your inputs, you know, your teacher salaries, your bus fuel, your food costs. So yes, it does go up.
Okay, I guess I would put that in context of what the state is paying. Is it exceeding what the state is paying in general education? Because it looks like what you're saying is you're just specifying, and I'm trying to provide context for your statements, the cost of special education service has increased significantly more than inflation, and that we haven't kept up with that. Is that correct?
The genesis of that is that for many years, almost a decade, general education funding was not at constitutional levels, and it did not keep up with the cost of inflation. And as a result, when general education is underfunded, and as a result of other decisions that are made by the legislature, special education is also underfunded, that impacts our school districts, and they have to take from the general fund and transfer into special education to compensate for those mandated costs that they can't meet with special education funding.
Okay, and so, yes, there is a direct link with the overall funds for regular ed, or all funds, and special education. But that is interesting because I have researches right here, their data from KSDE's data that shows in the last 20 years that funding, even if you exclude capers, take that out, exceeds inflation. So it's, in fact, I could tell you right here that it's 115% increase in expenditures and funding compared with the rate of inflation up until 2021, which is 55%. And I could break this down in the decade that you have, and I brought this to, and it's from research, I brought this to committee, and over and over and over, we hear testimony that education has not kept up with the rate of inflation. If I add capers in there, that looks even better. So I would ask that when we're giving testimony, that maybe we could all look at these numbers together and figure out who is off, because it appears to me that we're exceeding the rate of inflation, not meeting the rate of inflation in terms of funding. And so I feel like there is absolutely a disconnect, and maybe we can figure that out. And perhaps I'd ask that Craig have a discussion with Gabrielle and look at those numbers, because I think we all probably, those statistics, we want to make sure they're accurate and that we're not, because words have meaning. And if we say something over and over and over and over and over, people might just think that's fact. And so
That's true. When we say things over and over and over, people do think it's fact, and unfortunately it's not. And we see that every day. It's
right.
true.
And we hear testimony after testimony after testimony that your funding has not kept up with the rate of inflation, but consistently the spreadsheets we have show that we're exceeding the rate of inflation.
Right, and I think we're getting into that conversation right now, right? I'm repeating a fact and you're repeating something, and we're going back and forth. And I think
I've got the data right here.
Well, I would defer to Craig because he's the KSDE expert, and that's where we drew the figures for our testimony.
Perfect, and that's why I would love to have Craig work with research and figure out why is there a disconnect in what you're providing as testimony and what we're receiving as well.
Okay.
That'd be great. Okay, all right, any other questions, committee? All right, thank you very much, Leah, and we're going to move on. We have Kyle Carlin. Thank you for driving out here today. Kyle is the Director of Special Education, West Central Kansas. What city is that, Kyle?
I'm in Hayes.
Hayes, perfect.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I appreciate you giving me time to come speak. I was invited to talk about my budget decisions and how those budget decisions then impact my local districts and how those funds kind of are shared across my co-op. West Central Kansas Special Education Cooperative is out of Hayes. They are the host district. We also have member districts of La Crosse, Ellis, and Victoria. Across those 4 districts, we serve 966 kids with disabilities and giftedness. The document that you have in front of you, I've kind of tried to outline where the different expenses come from, and then also where our different revenues come from, so you guys can see the ins and outs of our budget. Ultimately, we just start working on our budget around March of the previous year. We look at the services on students' IEPs that are anticipated for the next school year. We look at the minutes of service, consider the number of students per teacher that we want to have from a caseload perspective that we want to have, how many paraeducators we'll need in any given building, as well as the related services and the providers for those services, including speech language pathology, occupational therapy, physical therapy, social work services, et cetera. We take those numbers and figure out what is that going to cost from a staff perspective, and then so how many people are we going to need? What's those estimated costs from that? And then what other supports do we need to account for those people? Every person means technology that's needed. It means professional development that's needed, as well as the benefits and other supports, administrative support that goes along with that. Across the testimony, you'll see the budgeted expenses. First of all, on page 3, those expenses, we have about just over 8.6 million of estimated expenses for this school year. Our host district also builds in an additional 5% into our budget authority to account for anything like a student that moves in that has an increased cost or an increased level of service that we aren't prepared for, so we can respond and meet that need. It also accounts for any other changes with increased student flow as students move from one district to the next, as well as other anticipated expenses. 96% of our expenses go towards the salary and benefits of our staff that support our students. That includes our teachers, our paras, our therapists, as well as our administration. Administration for our co-op includes 2 special education administrators, myself and my assistant director, and then we have 3 administrative assistants that are also a part of that, and then any costs that go along with us and being able to carry out our jobs. from those expenses, then as I'm building my budget, I start to consider the revenues that are coming in. So the revenues include federal, state, and local monies. Federal comes from IDA, as it has been discussed here. There's also a TIP grant, which is about $34,000 that it can go towards innovative programming or new things that we want to be able to try. And then we also have Medicaid service or Medicaid fee-for-service and Medicaid cost settlement, which helps cover the cost of providing the therapies, the occupational speech, physical therapies, social work services, psychological services, goes towards those services and helps kind of reimburse a little bit of those costs as well. And those, how much we get there. Is yours in color? What you have in front of you? Okay, so in color, yellow is something that is known. So we know our IDEA 6B grant from the beginning of the year. We don't know how much, and so that's in yellow. In blue are things that are estimated. So we don't know exactly what our Medicaid costs will be because we don't know how many kids will qualify, how many kids will have those services, and so those are anticipated numbers based off of prior projections. After federal funds for us cover just over 15%, so pretty consistent with the state average that was discussed. State revenue, I'm not going to dive into all the different categories. Craig already covered that, but I have it broken down of how our money comes in from those different cases on page 4 and continuing on to page 5. For us, as a host district or as our co-op, all of our transportation costs are handled at the local district level, and then the co-op takes on the teacher mileage reimbursement. So the only transportation cost that shows up in my budget is for the teachers that are traveling between buildings to provide those services, our speech therapists or our occupational therapists that are traveling as well. We don't have any catastrophic aid. We don't have any students that qualify for that at this point. And then our Medicaid state replacement, again, you can see the numbers there. So transportation is about $30,000. Medicaid state replacement aid is estimated at $50,000 for us. A bulk of our state funding comes from that special teacher amount, which was discussed of, we have 77 full-time equivalent in teachers, and then we have 127 full-time equivalents of paraeducators. Paraeducators are reimbursed at 40% of that categorical aid cost or amount. And so our estimated state revenue for special teacher aid is just over $3.9 million. And then on that, for us, state funds end up actually only covering about, about 46% of our total budget. And that is because we're carrying on additional responsibilities regarding our gifted programming, regarding how we serve our private schools, because of how our community has chosen to support those students and the types of services we want to be able to provide for them. And then local revenue, everything, so after all those expenses, we take out our anticipated for federal, our anticipated for state, and that leaves how much needs to be covered by the rest of by the local districts. We did have a large cash balance at the end of last year, in part due to a larger final payment with categorical aid than we were expecting. Of course, that comes in June, so we've already expended the school year, so that money just goes and helps carry over into the next school year. For us, we also, because of where federal was, we've had that came off of our books as far as the ESSER funds, and so we had a big gap there, but because we had the carryover, we did not increase our local contributions through district assessments, which I'll talk a little bit about in a sec. So we are anticipating using quite a bit of our cash carryover to fund what we're trying to do with students. So getting to Mr. Trabert's point of when we have the cash carryover, we need to make sure we're using it to get back to an appropriate point. We're not going to be using money if we have it already sitting in the bank. But the concern with that is we still, as a co-op, we're recommended to have at about 12 to 13% of our budget in carryover for the reasons that have been discussed. And so after this year, we'll be at that 12 to 13 in order to keep up. We're going to have to increase our local contributions quite a bit, or we're going to have to figure out how to reduce costs in what we're doing. As far as how that local money is distributed, of course, we have a little bit through grants and gifts. We have a agreement with Fort Hays State University for, as part of our Weekend Center, which is our 18 to 21 program that also has a preschool in it. We have an agreement where Fort Hays gives us a little bit of funds so that they have a space for their students to get some learning opportunities. And so that's accounted for. But really, most of our local money comes from our district assessments. And the district assessment is, everything we've talked about, how much do we need districts to kick in this school year for us to meet our budget and to be able to be where we want to be at the end of the school year. For us this year, we did increase that slightly, mostly because of the anticipation of what's coming in the next couple years as projections for state aid compared to the rising costs. We did start some small increases in our district assessment so that it's not a sudden change that will have to happen all in one school year. So our current district assessment, and I apologize, there's a heading there that I was copy and pasting quickly, and that should say WCKSEC district assessment for 22-23, not federal funding on that last page. Our total district assessments will be 2.5, just under 2.6 million, and then that's distributed by each district, or each district pays that amount, their proportionate stake of the co-op of that amount. So that's kind of a ratio of, we use the total student FTE, or excuse me, an audited student FTE for all 4 districts, and then those 4 districts pay in that ratio amount. So Hayes, you'll see, pays just over $2 million. Ellis is just over $200,000, and then the other 2 are just under $200,000. All of that goes into that last page, that last graph, or that last chart that shows our expenses, our different revenues added up, and the prior year cash balance, those 2, the expenses and revenue that come out of that, and then our expected cash balance for this school year. I know I kind of just ran through that pretty quickly, but just wanted to hit on those numbers. I'll stand for questions now, but I also know there were some other questions earlier that I've got some notes that I'll try and come back to, but Madam Chair, if there's any questions.
Sure. If you'd like to go ahead and address any of the questions that you heard, you're welcome to do that, and then we'll take questions from the committee.
Okay. There was a question about what other responsibilities special education teachers and staff have. In addition to providing the direct service to students, they also have responsibilities towards assessment and providing helping with the identification of students with disabilities. So when there's an evaluation, when a student is suspected of having a disability, they go through an evaluation process. School psychologists, therapists, the teacher do different assessments. Our special education teachers, all those staff are a part of that. They also have case management responsibilities, which means they're responsible for the annual review of the IEP, with making sure all those documents are compliant, that all the different procedures that are in our procedure handbook are covered and carried out. Each IEP takes anywhere between 3 and 10 hours of additional work, depending on the complexity of the needs. And some students, we might have 2 or 3 IEP meetings a year on, just depending on the complexity of needs or things that happen. So they have the case management responsibilities. They also, along with case management, not only are they responsible for the legal procedures of the IEP, they're also responsible for coordinating with the other staff that work with that student to make sure that the IEP is being followed in all settings. So if there's a behavior plan, making sure that behavior plan is being carried out in PE and music and whatever other settings that needs to happen. They also are heavily involved with behavioral supports, and then also they have their own professional responsibilities towards professional development and other things, just like any other educator would. So those are some of those responsibilities. I know that question had come up. There was a question about gifted and why the numbers seem to be going down. I can't speak to the state as a whole, but I can speak to my co-op. One thing, as high schools have increased their career and technical, their CTE programming, a lot of the times in because anything with special education is in the context of general education. So if a student is needing something as determined by their IEP team, if it can be provided by general education, then it's not special education need. It's just a part of what that kid should be doing as part of their general education. But if it's not there, then special education has to create that or help figure out how we're going to do that. With the increased CTE programming, with the increased resources that have been going into different programming, the advancements in STEM and career exploration and all of that, that was what some of gifted at the high school level had been. Well, now that our schools are doing that, now it's not really a special education need. And so as we get to that point, they still are students that have giftedness, but now they don't have that need for specialized instruction. And so now they no longer qualify, or the parents or the kid have said, you know what, I've already got a lot going on. I've got these AP classes. I've got all these opportunities that are expanding my learning opportunities that I don't need this other thing, whether it's the team deciding that or the family and the student deciding that, that contributes to it. So our numbers in gifted in our co-op have gone up in the K through 8 range, but then when they hit high school, that's when they start to kind of trickle off either by their own decision or their IEP team's decision. Let me see if there's any other notes. And that context thing is also kind of a part of the disability side and why maybe we've been seeing an increased need as well. The context of a kid, if there's a disability, that need for specially designed instruction is completely dependent on how they're responding to their current environment. So as more students have had lost learning opportunities through absences and school closures and all that stuff, that student with a disability, we still have an obligation to make sure they're making adequate progress. There are some general ed responsibilities to that, but there's also, because of that disability, that is a special ed responsibility that school has towards that parent and towards that student. So that context changed, and now what specially designed instruction is needed either has increased to a point where a student that may have been able to be served under a 504 plan or a general education intervention plan, now they need specially designed instruction that comes with the IEP and all of those added costs with case management and everything else. And so what I do, I understand the point around FTE versus head count with special ed, but there is a point where every student on an IEP comes with some extended cost, no matter whether they have 5 minutes of service or 400 minutes of service a day. And so there is, I think, still relevance to that head count piece in parts of the conversation. I understand when we're looking at how much of their day is being served, but that head count still matters, I think. So. I don't remember if it came up. Somebody asked about the number of students being served in private schools. I don't have that for the state. We have 71 students in private schools that are on IEPs of one form or another that are served. We happen to have, in Hayes, we have teachers at the private school. In Ellis, we have students that go from their private school to the elementary school, so kind of a blending of both models that are kind of done across the state. And that just is really a matter of how many students are there. So it makes more sense to have a teacher go instead of having 20 kids move, for example. So okay, so I'll stand for questions.
Well, first of all, Mr. Carlin, thank you for making the drive, and thank you for reaching out to me and sharing information about how you construct and manage your budget and where money goes. And so we appreciate that. So we'll begin with Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kyle, thank you for being here. Thank you for what you do. I was just real quickly looking at the data we got in your schools. So if your 4 schools were the state of Kansas, you would get back 94% from the state to your state from us. So if your 4 schools were the state of Kansas, your excess cost is being paid back at 94%. About half of what the school districts are showing that they're paying is going to your locals or to your co-ops. So there's some of them. Now I will say one Victoria, I believe it is probably paying. They're the only one that's less than 92% of your 4 school districts. So I guess help me understand. I understand costs go up, but help me understand this whole idea that we are not paying. Just forget about the whole rest of the state, because I'm seeing a pattern here that I'm not sure that the formula is actually really equitable. But just in your state, your 4 districts, how can you justify that we are not paying what we're supposed to be paying?
Sure. Well, and when it comes down to the state and that 92%, you know, that they're looking at that from the average point of view.
Okay.
And I know, I'm using that as a point. I know what you're saying. So that 92% as an average across the state, I know that 92%, if we get to 92%, it's not going to cover a full 92% of my budget because of the way that we've got things in place. But when it comes to rural areas and the areas that we're trying to serve, and comparing a district my size or a co-op my size versus a co-op or a district like Wichita, for example, there's an economy of scale that comes with those larger organizations that is just hard to replicate in other places. And so when you take that percent and trying to apply this big number over here between KCK and Wichita and trying to apply that same logic into Hayes or Oakley or those other co-ops that are just, it's just a different economy of scale. I'm not sure how to make that better. I'm not sure how to attribute that. But from a state, when they're saying 92%, they're saying across the state, recognizing that 92% is for the state isn't going to get to 92% for all, and it's going to be more than 92% for some. But if we're not at 92%, then that's not considered adequate by that definition. And so if that definition were to, if that's the definition we have to use, then that's why we're advocating for that.
You are at 92%. I mean, you're at 92%. Now, I'm not gonna argue maybe that I have several small school districts in my district, and yeah, it is more expensive, you know, in places. But I'm just trying to understand, you know, when you say that in part of your deal, well, if we would get, you know, it would save our school districts $1.5 million. As far as your 4 school districts, except for Victoria, we're meeting the 92%.
Right.
So,
and I'm not saying that my district should be at 92%. I'm saying the state should be. And if the state were, then of course, if it was distributed in the same way. But if we were to get to where it was 92% and the excess costs that were added to make it 92% for the state, if it were distributed in a different way, obviously I can only associate that money with how it's being distributed now. If it were to be distributed in a different way, then it may not come to us. So
if we did go to 92% in the state, your interlocal would probably be getting 100%.
Sure.
So, and maybe that's fair, maybe that's not, but that's what we're trying to figure out. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I'm going to jump in and piggyback on that because it's an important discussion about the overall discussion that you've heard here today. So you're a standalone building. Your co-op is a standalone building.
We're a host district co-op. So we have Hayes, all of our employees, or all of the special education employees for the co-op go through Hayes. They're Hayes employees, all that. And then we have 4 districts, but we've got 20 sites that we serve. So.
Okay, so you're 20 sites. So you're not in one location. You don't have one building, that kind of thing. Okay.
Not at all.
Okay, so with that, and you said that it doesn't cover 92% of your budget. Are there any items in your testimony? It says that other expenses, there's $90,000 and other expenses. Are there any expenses that might be anything that relates to capital outlay, ADA compliance, anything that?
Not ADA. Anything ADA would be through each local district. The only thing that might be considered capital outlay in some ways, we have our weekend center that I talked about. It's in an office building downtown, and so we have rent that goes towards that. But that's the only thing that would be accounted for in here that's anything close to that. And utilities are part of our rent there, so we don't.
Okay, so it's a weekend center?
Weekend. It's it's a moniker for us. But it's our 18 to 21-year-old transition program.
Okay.
It also houses our special education preschool.
Okay, so you have lease and utilities that would go through that.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Okay, and so that is that's a true special education expenditure, but it's not a qualifying expenditure for we do 92% of the total costs, but yet those items there and some of the items that are in the guidebook, you can absolutely do but we're not supposed to be paying, like I mentioned earlier, we're supposed to be paying 70% of this, and of professional development, 1 FTE of this, and of transportation, a certain percentage of that. But if you put your utilities and everything in there, then your students that benefit from it, for example, capital outlay, bond and interest, and all other funds, that's $5,476 per pupil. Doesn't matter if there's special education or what. That's an average, state average for every student, special education or a regular student. So we're giving you that for things such as utilities and leases. And then in addition, we're giving special education, even though it's a true cost for special education, we're giving additional dollars for qualifying students. And then in addition to that, we're paying 92% of this total cost. Does that seem,
I mean, I can't speak to the things that are excluded from that. The one thing I can say is the intent between, and again, I'm going to be maybe reading into how the law was written, but when they put those caps on those 70% here and 60% there is a point where there's not really a cap on salary or on those kinds of expenses. And so our biggest expense is the one where there is no cap. And so if you were to reimburse that at a higher percentage, then we can still get to 92% without having to fund the other pieces at 92%. And so, if transportation is only such a really a small portion of that budget, it's only at 80%, but we can get to 92% as a whole by everything else being covered, or by salary and teacher expenses being covered, for example. So that's a big chunk of the money that just from when you use percentages, you can get to 92% pretty quickly with that.
and that is the interesting thing, and that is the dilemma that we all face. Expenditures can be anything because we don't define expenditures in statute. So expenditures for you is additional downtown building. For expenditures for someone else, it's housing it internally in space that they already have, own, and pay costs on. So it's the difficult thing for us is that we are responsible for total costs, regardless of what those expenditures are, at 92%. But the good news for you is that your schools are at 94%. So that is awesome, and I think that you guys are sitting in a great position. So I'll turn it over to Senator Erickson and then Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kyle, for being here and making the drive. Appreciate it and appreciate your testimony. It's been very helpful. Just a couple of follow-up questions on your responses to Representative Hoffman. Economies of scale, and help me understand this. I can see economies of scale if we were not paying for total expenditures. To me, it almost benefits you because something can cost you more because you don't have the economy of scale, but we're still going to pay 92% of that because it's based on expenditures. So I guess I'm not following. So can you kind of explain a little bit more about how economies of scale is a detriment to a smaller district?
I was just saying from a point of view from the percent. So when we're talking about an economy of scale across the state, if we're trying to get to 92% for the state, it's going to cost more per pupil in my location than it is in Wichita, for example. And so in order to get to 92% across the state, then those places are going to have to be reimbursed at a higher rate in order to, like the smaller locations are going to need to be reimbursed at a higher rate to actually get to 92% as a state. And so it's more of it's the big percent of a small number versus small percent of a big number and how those comparisons are.
Okay, and that leads to my second question. Great segue there. I so appreciate you because I think what we were getting at is you're being a team player by being here and advocating for 92% statewide. My question to you is, you're at 94. If this is a distribution problem, are you going to be okay with you going from 94 to 92 to even it out across the state? Thank you, Madam Chair.
She doesn't want to put you on the spot, but you can answer it if you want to.
Sure. I mean, truly, if 92% is what it is, I believe there are ways that the funds could be distributed where it's still equally and equitably done in a way that all districts would benefit, regardless of how those funds end up being distributed. So.
And just a side note on this, we have two more that are asking questions, and then we will break for lunch. But a side note for Craig, is there in the guidelines booklet, what you can use for expenditures that are qualifying for reimbursement and not? Because there's quite a few of them, and I'm just curious on the utilities and some of these other items, if it's ever listed, or if not, you don't have to answer this right now. But when we look at solutions later, just wanted some insight on that. Okay, so two more that are going to ask questions, and then we'll release you. Thank you. Senator Sykes and then Senator Gossett.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Kyle, because you are the ones with the, like, you're dealing with us on a day-to-day. And thank you for answering the question about what SPED teachers are responsible for. And I see that you have 966 students, if I'm reading that, and you had 77 licensed staff, but what is your teacher to student ratio? With that, it's a 13 to 1.
So-
but I'm assuming some of those
A lot of
maybe.
a lot of that is related. We have 53 teachers out of that 77. So early childhood special education, our teacher to student ratio or our caseload averages, I believe, 20 to 1. I'm trying to think exactly. Speech pathologists, it's about 45 to 1. And some of these are overlaps. Some students have a teacher service as well as speech service, and so there might be some overlap there, so we won't be able to compare completely. Our elementary resource, we keep our caseloads averages about 17 now. It creeped up a little bit to 17. At secondary, it's 18. And then in our life skills programs, we try to keep that under 10 per teacher. And then gifted, it is about 30 to 1.
Thank you.
Yep.
When we bundle everything together, we get one. So thank you for being here to answer like exactly what these school districts and what those teachers. Just going through an IEP meeting with my son's teacher. Kudos to you because you're doing the Lord's work.
Sure.
Right, Senator Gossett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. You know, I didn't mention that my other children also had three had the gifted IEP. However, I did the same thing. They had said, Mom, I'm not getting that much out of it. I'm taking the AP classes. I've got a mentorship over here. I don't think I really need to go to that.
Sure.
And so, yes, they were no longer counted once they were in high school, so I totally get that. A couple of things here. Could you tell us what would give me an example of what would be other?
For us?
Yeah,
So for us,
$90,000.
what's in other is things like our IEP system, our data management system. This includes the contracted services for, we have a teacher for students with hearing impairments who we contract with a neighboring co-op. So she's with us 2 days a week, and so that's part of this. It would also include legal expenses, which we have to budget for. We haven't had to spend on that for the last few years, luckily, but we always have to budget for expected legal expenses. It also includes some miscellaneous things that come up where not sure where else this fits into the budget, so we've got some money allocated there. It's got, the rent for our weekend center is a part of that. So, and then, also some instructional technology things that fall into that, as well. Then also computer equipment for our co-op level staff. So in our co-op, teachers that work only in one district, they get their computer from that district, so it fits on their network. But for those staff that are co-op level and work in multiple districts, the co-op covers the cost of that computer. So that has computer equipment's down here. But it'd be those things. It'd be the contracted services. It would be the rent that I've talked about. So.
When you submit this to the state, is it more itemized than just other?
I submit this to my district, and my district submits it, so they submit it, yes.
Okay.
In a more itemized way.
So then my next question is going to be, what's under fringe?
Fringe, that includes healthcare, dental, all of the cafeteria plan
We
type
think
things.
of fringe benefits for the teachers in addition to salary?
Yes, yeah, yeah, fringe is, and that's for paras and teachers. It's all of the, and it also covers payroll taxes, and it covers all of those expenses of employing a staff member. This includes tuition assistance for those students, those staff members that qualify for that. It includes mentoring stipend. Oh no, mentoring stipend is a salary. Sorry. Trying to think of all the. We don't have any sign-on bonuses or anything. But yeah, fringe is those mostly insurance costs. Truly, insurance is the biggest piece of that. But
So then when we see the word salary, it's true salary.
True
what we
salary,
think
that's
of
wages of-
salary.
yep.
So when I did the calculation, that's 73%. So when you mentioned 73% is due to salary, so when you said 96% is due to salary, you were including the fringe benefit?
yeah,
Is
it goes
that
towards,
right?
yeah, in here it's 96% goes towards salary and benefits.
And benefits.
Yeah, so the
So
cost
it's those
of, the
two
cost of
together.
employing people is 96% of our budget.
Thank you. And my last statement, because I know everybody's like, hurry up, Senator, we all need to go to lunch. And that is, has anybody within your group or association reached out to DC and said, you know what, why aren't you paying more than your 15%? Because
Yes.
it feels like everybody comes to the state and go,
Well-
they're not paying their part, so you guys need to, you know,
Yes.
and you're just like,
for
well, wait a
For
minute.
those of you that are on education committees and may have gotten a letter from me, those same letters go to, or similar letters go to our representatives at the House and the Senate as well.
Because the 92 or 94% that we're paying to your districts actually could be less if the federal was paying theirs.
It could.
Correct?
It could. If it,
Yeah, because it's subtracted first. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, actually, we had two more on the list, so we will finish officially after Representative Tarwater and Senator Baumgartner will close us. And here we go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering, have you run the numbers accounting for all of the funds that these students draw down?
I have not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, short and sweet. Senator.
So how long has your co-op been around?
My co-op? So it's funny, we're going through a reorganization of our co-op. We've got another neighboring district that is joining us here, or plans to join us in the near future. So we're working through our cooperative agreement. Our cooperative agreement was written in 1986. It was amended in 1989 and is currently in the current, or the same form as it was at that point. So however long ago 1986 was, 36 years ago.
So the new school district, what would be new to your co-op, I'm assuming they did some return on investment type expenditure. And so what are they feeling they would realize as far as savings by joining the co-op rather than staying independent?
It again goes to that economy of scale of they will be able to, especially around our related service providers, it's really hard for them to have the resources to hire a single occupational therapist, physical therapist. They have to contract with their hospitals, things like that. This way we'd be able to share staff that can be moved around. The teachers and paras that are in those buildings probably won't see any change, but those support staff that go with that, the administrative costs that go with that can be improved, I guess, in efficiencies.
So when you talk about having 77 FTEs right now, you will be adding on theirs.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that with 77 FTEs, 53 of those are teachers. So what are the others? Are you considering?
So
like-
everybody that we can count into as teacher FTE with reporting, that includes physical therapist, occupational therapist, speech and language pathologist, school psychologist. We have teachers for students with hearing impairments. We have, social workers, administrators count into that 77 FTE.
So what does the 53 represent?
The 53 represents those that actually have teacher licenses versus school psych license. So they're a preschool teacher, a high school teacher, middle school teacher. So they're the ones that are responsible for providing that direct service.
Okay, last question I have. Tell us what your gifted program is like.
So our gifted program is a day a week for each student, so that they, and again, it's individualized, but generally it's a day a week where a student will go and be with other students that are similar age. We do some cross grade level just to make it work better for schedule. But we do, at the elementary level, it's 1 day a week, half day a week for kindergarten and first grade. It's just the general rule, but sometimes they get more or less. But we do that, we do that K through 5 in Hayes. Our outlying districts come to Hayes to access that service. And then at the middle school level and the high school level, at Hayes Middle School, it's a part of their typical block schedule. So they have it 1 block every other day. And then in our outlying districts, we have an itinerant teacher who goes to them and provides extended learning opportunities and helps consult with the students in that building. So at the middle school and high school level, we know that it's harder for them to be out of the class to travel and do other things because of activities and everything else. So we've adjusted in that way. So
I appreciate it. It sounds very robust. Thank you.
yes.
All right, well, we really appreciate you coming. I think we're very impressed that you were able to manage us and had great information and give us more insight about how a co-op may operate. So with that, committee, what we'd like to do is we'll take an hour break and come back at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. And at 2 o'clock, then JG's going to talk to us about some money issues and cost issues, and then we'll look at some solutions, and we probably won't take more than an hour, hour and a half when we come back. So we're adjourned.
Did you want that?
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you, JG, for coming. JG is going to touch base with us on the first option here, kind of give us an idea of what would happen if we go ahead and add 92%, and where are we at right now in terms of inflation and expenditures for K-12. And so thank you, and we know that we're just talking estimates today.
Thank you, because I was going to remind everybody that we're talking about estimates today. And I will want to also emphasize to everybody my really good skills of emptying a crowded room. So I think that goes with the budget stuff. So as far as how things are kind of laying out, everybody knows that we've had a lot of high inflation. And it's impacted everything. One of the things that it is also going to start really impacting more so is education, because for 2024, we're using the 3-year average of the Midwest CPIU, and we're calculating that going from March to March, so that when we do our April estimates, we'll have actual numbers and not estimates. But for right now, we just went through and estimated what we believe those amounts are going to be. So for 2024, the rate that we have for inflation is at 5.3%. So the base will go up 5.3%. For 2024, once again, an estimate. No, I'm sorry, 5.3 was for 24. 25, the estimate right now is 6.24. And then for the really wild guess, we have 26 going up 4.82%. So a lot of that is true estimates. Part of the reason why there's a rather large increase between 2004 and 2005 is because we're dropping off a very low interest rate, CPIU rate, that's falling off. So when we calculate that dropping off, even though we have the projection going down for the year, because it's that average, we're dropping a very low average. So it's going to increase upwards. What we're looking at, and I really want to remind people, is estimates, if we didn't mention that before. The rates that we're looking at for right now, we would have 23, the base rate, at 48.46, and then for 24, that base with inflation would go up to about 5,103, and then the wild guess again for 25 would be 5,421. Those numbers will change, all of them, but just a general idea of what that's going to impact as far as education goes. That would be education and the excess costs. So talking in round numbers, we would guess that 24 would go up around $225 million, and then another 250 million for 25, and then for 26, probably close to like 270 million that we would be adding. When we look at those excess costs, some of that inflation that we're talking about there impacts those rates as well. So the inflation factor that we use in those cost estimates do reflect these increases as well. So if we were to look, I would imagine you could put probably an additional $120 million for 25 and 26 for those excess costs to go up. So without a corresponding increase, then that's going to also then reduce that percentage. That's all I kind of really had to talk about quickly, and just kind of general information that's dealing with education. Do you have any questions?
All right, and that's really what we want to do, is just frame the discussion, and without getting weighed down in details that we do not know at this moment. So I'll just open it up, and Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me get my numbers correct again. What are your figures for base? I thought I heard you say 23, 24, 25.
Well, if you're getting the right figures, we'll look for somebody else to answer that.
Well, I'll tell you what, just give me the figures you have. That'll
Okay,
work.
for 23.
I mean, you
we
did
had
say
it at-
23?
Huh?
You did say 23, that wasn't a
Yeah,
mistake?
23 is 48, 46.
Okay.
And then 24 is 5103, and then 25 is 5421. Those are estimates. Well, 23 is not an estimate.
All right, thank you.
But the rest of that will probably change.
Hey, all right. Hey, this is the fastest testimony we've had today. Congratulations with the fewest
Thank you.
questions. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right. Just to notice, Gabrielle is passing out some options for us. And there might be others out there, but these are just some. And they actually, it looks very brief, the way that it's listed, but they're actually much more involved. Each little item in there, you could do pages on in itself. Also to note that when you got back, there is information about the 50 states and how they fund special education. So in your free time, take a look at that and kind of get a sense for how that goes. Committee, we're going to take these and one by one. We're not going to spend a lot of time on them. I think we've hashed over some of these issues already, but I do want to give the committee enough time to just ask questions about impacts. So the first one is to increase state funding to 92%. That's what's been requested of us. And if we were to do that, JG gave us an overview of what that might look like in addition to overall. I just wrote down questions not to necessarily be answered today, but questions for you as you're thinking about how to look at this request. Any comments on the first item? Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we needed something from either JG or definitely from Dr. Nunswander to really explain to us this notion of the 72 or the 92% level, when we already have the runs that show us that we have over, what, 150, is it 148 school districts?
147 that are over and 7 that are 90 to 92%.
There we go. So I already have those districts that are receiving more than the 92%, some of them 100 and plus %. So what is it in that factoring that leads them to be so much over as opposed to others that are so much under? So what change would need to occur in that formula so that it truly would be 92% for all districts?
Craig, you're welcome to come on up. Craig did share with us how the distribution is done. That distribution is not in statute, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
So is there, since it isn't specified in statute, then that gives the Kansas Department of Education discretion in how the funds are released to the schools. And you provided a really great review that it's by the FTE of the teachers. What could be done? How can we help make that better?
The amount that's distributed is in statute. How and when it's distributed is left to the discretion of the state board, the State Department. So, but the amount that they receive is in statute. So,
About teachers, the number of FTEs.
yes. So one clarification on that printout that's got the percentages of excess cost for the districts. That's school districts only. So it doesn't show co-ops and interlocals. So for instance, when Kyle was here earlier talking about the schools in his co-op, the individual schools are a part of that co-op, and the co-op makes some expenditures. The co-op receives federal funding that do not come from the school districts. So the co-op as a whole, I'm guessing now, I don't know, is probably not 94%. The individual schools may be. So it's a little, that's one of the things that's a little misleading. Other factors in there, we'll try to put together a better list than having me talk to you off the top of my head and send that over, what all the issues are that deal with individual schools,
Well,
or
then
could deal.
I guess, Madam Chair, that's not true of all districts that are in co-ops, though, is it? That they're receiving more than?
Correct. Yes, you can safely say that.
Okay. So you also indicated that the co-op that he represented is receiving separate, different federal funding, but that's not being accounted for in any way?
It is being accounted for. The printout that you received, we were asked for the school district's amount. So if the federal, so in the total statewide 92%, the federal funding the co-ops and interlocals receives is included. Everything goes in there. But when we were asked just for school districts, that leaves out the funding and the expenditures that are involved directly in the co-op and the interlocal. And it only takes in what comes into the school district and what the school district pays out.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and after reviewing the statute so many times, but it's right here, I do see 4A2, where it says how to distribute full-time equivalent special education teachers or special equivalent special teachers. That's what it says. So it is in there.
Yes.
So there is an equity issue, it looks like, that is rooted in this. Yes or no?
I'll say no if you'll let me explain a little bit. It has to do, in part, there are a number of other issues, and that's why I say we can get you a little better information than this. But in part with the nature of special services for an individual education plan. So if I have one student with severe high needs that requires a lot of teachers, a lot of paras to meet those needs, that looks very much different than if I have one student who's only receiving a speech and language service for 20 minutes a day. And so the reimbursement will look different. If I am in if my salaries are higher, then the $30,000 that comes from the state is a lower percentage than it is if my salaries are lower. So all the factors like that make a difference in the percent of excess costs that you're receiving. Those are just two examples. There are others that we can get for you.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I understand that, but if you've got that one student that takes all the, all those costs, those costs are going to be part of the costs that school district's going to put in. Whereas if they only had this, a speech therapist, that would be the cost for them. So if you're just looking at costs, then it doesn't matter if this school district has a bigger cost. If they're being reimbursed at 92%, they're going to get their 92%, even if their costs are twice as much as this other school district.
If the school district is paying all the costs themselves and not relying on the co-op or the interlocal for part of it, yes, I think that would be true.
I understand that, and I think that's where we need to really delve into and understand better, because I've had several school districts talk to me about how, they feel like that they need to be part of the co-op because it saves them money, but their costs just continue to go up every year, that the co-op is assessing them, and their student count's really not going up that much. So I really think that we need to have in all of this, Madam Chair, we need to have a good conversation about how that works so that we totally understand how that money is flowing back and forth.
And to know if you have a student that has extreme needs, then they potentially are going to qualify for catastrophic aid if it's something above and beyond. Or is it only catastrophic aid only for that 20 to 30 students that leave the site?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It could be the amount that's laid out is, and this is in statute too, twice the categorical aid for that year, and then 75% of the cost above that is reimbursed. And that's in a different statute, so you don't try to read through the one you got in front of you to find that.
Other questions? Yes, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you explain to me how a co-op works? So we were talking about these four. So each of the four districts have their special education costs, but then do they pay into the co-op, or how does that work?
Yes. So as Kyle explained, in a cooperative, and there's a difference between a co-op and an interlocal. We tend to use the terms interchangeably, even people who belong to one or the other. But in a cooperative, one district will sponsor the co-op. In his case, it's Hayes. And other districts will belong primarily because it's easier to provide the services. And he gave a couple of examples. If you're a small district, you may not be able to find an occupational therapist, or you may only need one day a week, those kinds of issues. So that's the primary purpose for the co-op. And then it allows you to share the costs. Because that district is the sponsoring district, they employ the teachers, they employ the paras, and so forth. Each co-op has a governance document that determines what districts pay to belong to the co-op, their assessment. For quite a few of them, it's based on the total enrollment in each district. So you take the total enrollment of the districts in the co-op, and your percentage of it is what you pay for the costs of the co-op. In addition, the state aid that comes to the district goes to the co-op, typically. Well, not typically, always. Interlocals work the same way from that standpoint. They just have a little different governance structure in that the teachers and paras don't belong to a district. They are hired by the interlocal itself, and they have their own board, typically with one board member from each school district serving on that board. Does that help any at all?
It does, thank you.
Okay.
So in the interlocal situation, we would be looking at, since they control everything, they would control all the special ed dollars, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
There's always going to be input from the districts, but yes.
but I mean, those dollars would go there.
The dollars go, federal dollars would go there. State aid dollars go to the school district, and the school district then passes them on to the interlocal.
I see. But the difference is the other, with the co-op, both federal and state dollars go to the school district. And rather than them sending that there, they pay an assessment fee?
They pay both.
They pay both.
The co-op, as far as where the state money goes, is the same as interlocal. It goes to the school districts, and then the school district passes it on to the co-op or the interlocal. The assessment is the additional cost that you pay for the services that are not covered by federal aid, by state aid, the excess cost, as you will.
And where does that come out in somebody's budget?
General fund or LOB,
That'd be general fund.
yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if a school district, especially a small school district, belongs to a co-op, what kind of expenses do they have for special ed besides what the co-op is paying?
Depends Depends on the governance document of the co-op, how they decided to operate. Typically, transportation will be carried by the district. In some co-ops, the district will hire paras rather than the co-op. There are maybe one or two where they'll also hire some teachers, but not all. But generally, I want to say in all cases, but I'll be proven wrong. Generally, administration, those types of issues are taken care of at the co-op or interlocal level rather than the local district.
Okay, so there's probably not an average of the 80% or 70% or something like that of the costs are associated with the co-op and not the local district.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, I understand if you, that's
Yes.
pretty hard to understand or to quantify that.
No is the answer to the question.
Okay, that's what I figure.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question. Since we're talking about one of the options is funding 92% of the excess costs, let's come back to this idea of excess costs. And I found what I was looking for, and it's actually in the Special Education 2018 post audit, and I'm going to reference it because I'm not sure exactly where this comes from, but it says the percentage of excess costs that categorical aid covers varies due to how much and what kind of expenditures districts have. So those are the things that we've just already discussed. One of them being districts that pay staff more will receive funding that covers a smaller percentage of their costs. You just said that. But let's look at the next one. Districts that have a greater proportion of costs that are not reimbursable will also receive funding that covers a smaller percentage of their costs. Only 3 types of expenditures receive reimbursement: transportation, costs related to extraordinary expensive students, which is catastrophic, and special teachers and paraprofessionals. However, districts incur many other types of expenditures, including training, assistive technology devices for students, administration, which are not reimbursable. So for those that don't have that specific special education licensure and are helping in that specific way. As a result, districts that have more of these types of costs will receive funding that covers a smaller percentage. So my question is, if that is correct from legislative post audit, then there are a lot of expenditures that are necessary for special education, but shouldn't be calculated in the 92%. Yes or no?
I don't have the statute in front of me, but I believe it says we start with total expenditures.
We do say total expenditures, but
Okay.
and at the same time, where does this come from? That we're only to pay for transportation, catastrophic aid, and teachers and paraprofessionals?
That's in the statute also.
Okay, so doesn't that conflict?
Are you
Tamara, could you look
asking-
that up and see where that is in statute? Okay, thank you. It seems like, okay, I guess what is just doesn't, again, I've said it probably 10 times today, and if somebody wants to say, okay, you're on the wrong track, and here's why, that would be helpful. But what I'm saying is we say that these are allowable expenditures, and these expenditures will allow you to have a certain percentage, yet, and you can do all of it that you want, for sure. It's your choice. It's local control. But these are not allowable for us. And yet the total expenditure that a district chooses to do, we are still doing 92%. And I don't see any other, is there an explanation for that, or am I incorrect? Because we do say in statute, 92% of total costs.
Yes.
But we also say in statute, we only do these things, or
Yes.
you only get this much. So isn't that a conflict?
All I can tell you is what the statute says and that we follow it. I'm not going to critique what was or wasn't written or developed by the legislature.
Tamara, is there a potential conflict in that? We say that we're going to do 92% of total costs, but we also say we only do, we're only funding these things.
I think excess costs were defined to include just those things, and maybe I'm guessing now, maybe the turn is in that phrase excess.
Yeah, so the statute that we're talking about is 723422, which is the special education state aid and computation of amounts. Subsection A of that is the calculation of the excess cost, which includes the 92%. And at the very end of that, it does say the computed amount is the amount of state aid for the provision of special education and related services aid a school district is entitled to receive for the ensuing school year. Then subsection B goes into each school district shall receive, and that's where you get into the reimbursement for the transportation and the other expenditures that we're talking about. So, yes.
Very familiar with the statute, especially the first part where you do the calculations, because we've done those calculations up and down, sideways. But it's the portion where it says that they can only use it for 3 things. And that, what you're saying is that's listed right after it. Is that right? And I just put my statute away. Here it is.
Yeah, so subsection B, it begins with the travel expenses and then goes into the reimbursement for expenses incurred if they're at some place other than the residence, so those facilities. And then it talks about the teachers following that.
Senator?
But it doesn't speak to other things that we saw were included, like utilities and administrators and just that general other, does it?
Tamara?
That is not included in this particular section of the law.
So Tamara, help us understand why the law, perhaps, if you can remember back when you were probably in high school, so why would they identify these 3 categories that we are going to fund, and then also have a 92% of this total excess cost?
So I'd have to do a little bit of looking into the legislative history with regard to the specific categories that you're talking about. But I will note that as far as subsection A and the excess costs, that entire subsection was added in 2005 during the Montoy litigation. So that was part of that conversation. I'd have to do a little bit more research into the rest of the statute to figure out the legislative history. But for subsection A, that came in during Montoy.
Okay, very good. That makes sense, that there are some parts of the statute that have been here longer than others, and they may not totally reconcile for those of us that are looking at it today in 2022. Yes, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is kind of a long question, but it looks like IDEA or IDEA came about in about 1975. Is that correct? Have we looked at data from that time to present, and does it show any type of correlation between keeping learning disabled children in the regular classroom versus putting learning disabled children in a separate classroom? What is the correlation of keeping them integrated in the regular classroom and also considering funding and what has happened to funding over that same time period? Because just because there might be a correlation to achievement, student achievement, and more funding or less funding, doesn't mean that that's the cause of that level of student achievement. Does that make sense? Just because there's a correlation there doesn't mean that that's the cause of it.
So IDEA requires the least restrictive environment for special education student. You heard about that this morning. I don't know if this is the technically correct term, but the default environment is always the general education classroom. And then if additional needs are necessary that cannot be served in the general education classroom, then the student may be moved to a different environment. But even then, when you're picking what that different environment is, it's got to be the least restrictive. So it has more to do with how you're providing the service to the student than what it may or may not cost.
Thank you. That does help a little bit. I'm just very familiar with education because I had a brother who could not attend school in the same town or same building as his other siblings did, and was bused to a neighboring town, a neighboring school that had an SMH class. So, but no matter how much money they spent, it was not going to change the achievement or goals for my brother. So that's why I ask, how many of our special ed students or students with IEPs actually have an intellectual or developmental disability? How many students are autistic? How many are behavioral issues? How many are ADHD? What are the factors? Because an IEP does mean individualized. And if we're really going to serve the student, then what are we so worried about all the money for? And why aren't we focusing on the things that actually affect the achievement of these students? I think we can argue the dollars all day, and the system is going to manipulate the legislature to get more and more and more funding, and it's never going to change anything.
Back to your first question about how many students in each of those categories, I don't know if that's in your packet or not. Is it? You should have a printout that shows quite a few years and the history of each of the categories and number of students that are in that. So we do have that information for you.
Okay, so just to note on your list there, one of the items on there, if we are to fund 92%, and we're to ignore that the statutes don't parallel, they don't square up, would be a better way to say, and we were just to flat out do it, then I would just note what percentage of IEP goals are met annually. We've already asked that. I mean, what kind of things does the legislature, do parents also get in terms of accountability back for that? Nothing's written in statute, but it's something that's worthy of just mentioning. Representative Wynn, did you have something? Nope, okay. All right, so that's the 92%. Are there any other comments on that one?
Can I answer your last question?
Yes, and then Senator Gossage.
Okay. What information parents get back, that's a part of the IEP every year. They do get a report on the goals, progress, and so forth.
They do get outcomes, but maybe aggregate, we would have to get off the website, correct? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still caught up into how little the federal government is paying, yet they mandate these programs. And when I take, and tell me if I'm doing this correctly, we show 1,107,457, I mean, 1,107 million. And then it shows the federal 132 million. By my calculation, that's 12%. And that supposedly includes the Corona money.
That sounds correct. Medicaid, I don't know how they calculate their 40%. Medicaid's also federal money. I don't know if they include that or don't.
Yeah, half the money is state money.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm really going to follow up on this, because if they paid even 30%, forget 40%, if they paid 30% out of that amount, we would be paying 92% of 485 million, or 446 million, and currently we were going to be paying 520.
Yeah.
So is it so much the state isn't paying their portion, or it's the federal isn't paying their portion, which makes the state pay more than their portion? This is the first time I've heard of this, and I'm definitely going to follow up. Thank you.
Representative Wynn?
And thank you, Madam Chair. Tell me again what percentage for IEP goals are met annually?
I don't have that number in front of me, but it's on my list of one of the things to
Oh,
report
okay,
back.
thank you. Because when you said it, I didn't remember noting it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think it's something that he'd look into for us. Senator Baumgartner.
I think we could probably have some folks that are in the room that could answer this.
I'm sure that's true.
I'm not sure that all IEP goals are written in a manner that allows for measurement. And that's not a requirement for IEP goals to be written in a manner for measurement. Isn't that correct?
I believe that's true. Have to be measurable? Okay. They do have to be measurable, I'm told.
I don't know that that's necessarily occurring in practice. Thank you.
Yes, on page 5, I think you're right, may not be, but it is supposed to be. Detailed services for each individual child defines measurable goals. So if there aren't measurable goals, then there should be. There should be measurable goals. Yes, Representative Witten.
And I don't mean to argue with you, and I haven't, I've sat in recently on some IEP meetings, my first experience, but they have clearly outlined, designed goals for the children. Now that's my limited experience compared to maybe your more expansive experience. But my experience has been that they are long meetings and have been specific in measurement. So thank you, Madam Chair.
And even though that is there, I think it's a good point is that if you have somebody that has catastrophic aid, maybe there aren't measurable goals for catastrophic aid. Maybe there are, that they're alert for 2 hours. I'm not sure what that would even be, but right, so that may be an exception to that. I'm not sure how that's all written.
They may be, goals in different situations may be more challenging to determine and quantify or define, but they do have to be measurable.
Sure. Okay. Senator Syke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just referencing that December 2018 legislative post-audit, it's talking about some of those outcomes-based model on there, and they did not create an outcomes-based model because, again, it's an individual plan. So some of those could be a letter grade, some of them could be state assessments, but some behavior, and I'm just referencing back to that 2018.
Sure, because not everyone is going to be able to take a state assessment. So, of course, yes, good point. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, committee, let's go on to our next item, option number 2. So I've asked Gabrielle to just give us an estimate and overall. I don't know if you were able to do that. No? Okay, yeah. Don't worry about it because we talked about 1 million things. So we'll just talk about it. You did? Do you have? Okay. Of course, I don't know where that is at the moment. But what we're going to do is just talk about it in overall. So we have annually since 2017, probably but it's certainly since 2019 when Gannon decision was settled, we have been funding actually above our constitutional requirement in other areas. And I'll just give you an example. The high density at-risk weighting was set to sunset when the decision was handed down in 2019. And they actually approved that decision with knowing that it was sunsetting, with there being no, plan to keep it outside of, originally it might have been 2021. I'm not 100% sure on that. That's about $50 million annually, and we have extended it for at least until 2024. Does that sound right? Okay, so we have extended that, but that's about $50 million that would be above constitutional funding. And then we also calculated that we've added in career and technical education, we've added in money for dyslexia coordinators, we've added money in for math, we've added money for safety grants. We've added money in for the mental health pilot program between $12 and $15 million annually. And that's just a little picture of what we do. So the legislature, if the legislature wanted to, one of the options would be to say, okay, if the schools would prefer funding for special education, we could shift that money. It could be $75 million a year, I'm not sure. It wouldn't be the whole of what the 92% would like to have, but it would be a portion of it. So as soon as the high density weighting fell off, we would just shift that money over. For those other items, maybe those could be required of districts to have to be prorated out. So the mental health doesn't have to go away. Maybe it's somehow prorated out of what we have to give to each of the districts. I mean, there are other options. So I wanted to, this is not a new concept by any means, but I want to set that option out, and I'd be happy to take comment or questions on that option. Okay, so that certainly would be an option to help make up any excess costs by just shifting those funds. So we could do that. Okay, option number 3, amend the Kansas statute 72-3422. The copy of the statute is in your book, and I would highly recommend everybody taking some time, try to actually go through the math. It's been a lot of fun. Gabrielle's helped us a lot. Craig's helped us a lot. John, and we've gone through and we've actually plugged in the numbers and actually watched how you do it. And it's very interesting because if you have it in the statute, it doesn't identify what expenditures are. That's up to the districts, that's up to the Kansas Department of Education. So there's a place, and that was actually identified by the legislative post-audit. They said, okay, if you want to do this right, then here are some things that you need to look at. Number 1, be more clear. Be more clear. What do you mean by expenditures? We also just ran into a lot of questions today. I bet there were, dozens of times that we didn't have the answers. None of us did. No one in this room had the answers. And with that many questions, I would say that we need to really take a hard look at that statute again and make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. With the fact, is it maybe some schools that are getting 140% of excess costs, maybe we need to reformulate that because that's in the statute. Maybe that's not the way that we should be doing that. There's an equity issue. If our larger schools are getting less, then that's something for us to consider. So if you look at it, it says define expenditures, define the formula for annual expenditure increases. Okay, now that's also not included in statute if I'm understanding correctly, and Tamara or Craig or Gabrielle can correct me on that. For example, what do I mean by that? Look, there was a 4% increase, and if I look historically, and I have the numbers historically, now you do too, and I can see what that percent increase was every single year, and that's supposed to be based on the average increase in teacher income, salary. But it's been used to multiply against the total amounts, which now we're adjusting that so we can all make sure that we're understanding it the same way. So that's not, and then also adding numbers of teachers. Every year we're going to add teachers. And like I told you, in the last 3 years, we added 850 teachers, but we only hired 500 and some. Okay, so that's the second thing. That's not defined in statute. It's that opportunity is given to KSDE to work on that expenditure item. Okay, another option, of course, is amend statute to address lack of federal funding. Looks like the state takes a whole hit for what the federal government does not do. There's no item in statute to address the cash carryover. And that cash carryover is growing. It's not as if that it's just there to protect them to make sure that payments are issued out. That amount is growing. That means that they had more than they needed each year to take care of special education. So do we need to address that? Crediting local option budget that's identifiable to those students. We know for every single student what the average amount is for any category of money. Local option budget is one that is significant, and some schools transfer it in, and Craig shared with us that some schools transfer in, well, overall, there's more transferred in than they are actually getting for this category. That's great, but we also just addressed the issue here in committee that the idea of 92% of total expenditures does not square with allowable expenditures. That is completely unclear in the statute. The average per pupil funding, that was addressed a little bit by one of the individuals that provided testimony. And what does that mean? Should we be looking at just the average per pupil? Because the population of special education students, there's over 33,000 students that are special education that are on free lunch. That is a head count. That's additional, that's about $75 million right there, just for that. Just because they're in low income situation. Do we really get credit for all of that? And it's difficult to identify, and we talked to KSD, can we get numbers for every single category for this population? And we couldn't. So it's not really, so I mean, these variables are based on averages that don't work. Review other states. Do you guys have an example of other states and their funding formulas? So of course we can look at that. Review and implement changes recommended in special education post-audit, which I gave some mention to those. So I'm going to just see if there are any comments about what do you think about the statute? Do you feel it's crystal clear? No? Yeah. Senator Gossage.
Thank you for the spreadsheet, whoever put this together. I've been looking at it. I still don't see where it says per pupil or per FTE of how much the states are spending for that. And I know we're going to give a list later of the things we'd like to see, but I think that that would be really helpful. And I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing out all the other things we pay for that people don't really factor in. I think that's important to itemize those. Thank you.
And by the way, committee, if you want an extra copy, I don't know if we have any extra copies of this, but one thing I'd like for you to do is at the end, when we're finished today, I want you to make notes on it. I want you to circle. I want you to rank it. I want you to do whatever you feel comfortable. Then if you want to, I know Representative Hoffman, he'll just scan his in on his phone and then he'll hand it in. But if you like to have a copy too, then we might have some extra ones and you could, but we want this copy because we won't all necessarily have the same vision for where we need to go, but I would like to see all of those turned into Gabrielle. Gabrielle can take them, put them all together, and then email us all. But I appreciate that. And then with that, Senator Gossage, please add the questions that you've had that you did not get answered. And then, of course, Jessie is actually providing, or you're accumulating all of our questions, and you can distribute those to Craig as needed. Other comments on item number 3? And if you think of other things that we need to look at, add it to your list. Anything? Anyone? Okay. Option number 4. In review of this, we notice that there is a statute, an old statute, KSA 72-3441, and in 2008, they established the Special Education Funding Task Force. I forgot the word funding. And they did what they needed to do, and then it expired. It was no longer at 2012, I think, 2011. So expired in 2011. So I don't know, I can only speak for myself, one person, but I don't know that we have all the answers. And to be rash and to add more when some school districts are getting 148% and some of them are getting 72, that would seem to be that one district is going to go ahead and keep getting more and more and more. I don't know that makes sense to me. And so I think having that funding education task force might be a good idea. Look at the statute. You might even later be able to say, you know what, I know Representative Erickson's commented on how it was organized, that wouldn't be maybe how we would do it in 2022. So maybe with review. So that's an item 2. Okay, committee. I don't want to close, hopefully our vice chair will come back, but I wanted to give you all the opportunity to sit and to kind of absorb this. I wanted to thank our teams so much for all your assistance. Gabrielle, JG, she's been amazing because you know how difficult I am. So, so we really appreciate that. And Craig, we really appreciate you taking time with us. You sat down with us for hours, and John as well. And so even though we may not agree on where we end up, I appreciate your just willingness to talk about those issues. And so for each of you, I thank you for being in this committee today. And for the good of the committee, any other final words? It's just so good to be able to talk about it and to be able to hear what we need to about the funding aspects. So, Senator? Well, I think, yes, Representative Nguyen.
And thank you. And with respect, let me ask you, honestly, if you care to share with us, so what do you see the route we'll use, the path, the vehicle, the conversation in this upcoming session on this topic?
Well, I would imagine that, I can only speak for the House, but I would imagine that it would come to our committee again, and we would have testimony, we'd have hearing on it, either informational or otherwise. And if we want to take a look at probably initially, it would be a hearing, and then if we wanted to work a bill that related to updating the statutes, making it more clear, making sure it squares up, then that's what we would do. But I don't think anybody really knows what the best option is, but I definitely think it'd come to our committee. And as we all know, it will be a new change in leadership. Nobody knows on the House side where we end up exactly. And so it may or may not be me. So that would be my response.
Well, and I understand that. And again, respectfully, it may not be you, but we're having this conversation now.
Yeah.
And it's very serious. So for us to think on it between now and January, I mean, we don't do anything in January, but whenever. It's just, I think it would be honest for you in the, as members, we're all on K-12 essentially, you may or may not be, but still, seriously, not, and again with respect, not to play any games, but, just kind of, let's just put it out there so we can all just really seriously get the data and make some solid, fair, accountable to the state, to the taxpayer, because no one wants to spend money that's not spent wisely. So that's what I'm asking you, as I say, as respectfully, and you and I see eye to eye sometimes, but really just let's put it out.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think that my best effort at honestly looking at the issue is right here. These are the options that I see going forward. There may be other options. So those are just the ones that some of us have thought about. And we've been thinking about this and talking about this for a long time. I've been sending emails to Craig for a long time and Gabrielle for a long time on this issue and trying to understand it. And it takes a while to understand it at the depth that we need to when we're talking about 200 some pages of just one of the guideline books. There's another one I have copied here. So this is my best effort to be transparent on what I think options are. And I really do think that it could be a combination of all of these, including, I love the idea of making the federal, we can't make them, having or requesting the federal government to step up, because that is actually 100% of where the problem is. 100%. It's over. If they just did what they were supposed to do, we would not even be having this meeting. But as Gabrielle said, it's so wonderful to be together. Okay, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to share a little bit in closing here today. I think this has been a very productive day. I have been studying in anticipation of today, knowing I was going to be on this interim for months, truly. And it's kind of one of those, the more I learned, the more I realized I had more questions than answers. And so I appreciate the approach to really have a deeper dive into all of the intricacies of this, because I know, I mean, I'm just going to be blunt. I can't wait to see some of the reports that come out of this committee meeting in the media and how it's framed. Because my goal, and I want to state it publicly for those who care to be honest about reporting it, my goal is to make sure that our special education students and all students have the funding and resources that they need. And for us to be able to ask honest questions and take a dive into it is in no way being anti-publication, anti-special education students, but we have a responsibility and a duty to make sure that we are doing it properly and correctly. So I'm anxious to see those reports, quite frankly, because based on past experience, I know what it's going to be like. But I want to state for the record, my priority are those students. And I believe that about every person sitting around this table and every person sitting in those chairs in the audience. I believe that. And we've got to put aside the divisive rhetoric and come and be honest about what is best in this formula and what is best for our kids. And that's my priority, Madam Chair, and I just want to make sure that that's the context in which my participation and my questions today are framed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I apologize. I should have asked Representative Nguyen or any member, is there another option on here that we should include?
Well, I'm sure with a little thought that we can come up with, and again, I have not been sending all the emails and having the discussion. So between now and January, there's work for us to do. Thank you.
You've been a little busy. Okay, so Madam Vice Chair, would you like to make any closing comments, and then we'll conclude?
I'm happy to, and thank you so much. Thank you to the committee for being here today and for your active participation. Certainly appreciate the work of our support staff, because we couldn't get through all of this without them. You know, special education is something that I've dealt with directly as a parent and as an educator. And one of the things that did please me is I shared with you that I serve on the IDD Waiver Modernization Committee. And what we heard repeatedly from parents that participated on the committee was the strong feelings, the positive feelings they had about the services their children were receiving at our schools. And I think that's wonderful to hear, and it's very reaffirming. I think at times there is frustration when I've gone door to door as a candidate, but also when I've gone door to door helping other people that are running for elected office, for school boards and so forth. But what I hear even from foster parents, because I think, you know, I've been pretty involved with that as well, is that disappointment when the parent or foster parent shows up for an IEP meeting, particularly for children that are in middle school or high school, and there might only be one teacher there present. So there isn't that sense of the parent has the support of the teachers, that they've taken the time and the effort to find out what the child's current grades are. And that's why I raise the issue of goals. It's one thing to put a goal on an IEP. It's another thing to be able to quantify it. And if a parent is there, or parents are there, or foster parents are there, and teachers aren't there, and no one has collected current grades or has any update to share on the child, the parent once again, or the foster parent feels, I'm in it alone. And when you have a child with special needs, and some kids have layers of special needs, it's difficult enough just to try and wade through the medical system. I've spoken to many folks, Republicans and Democrats, and their concern when they're facing the issue of my child with a disability getting the services they need, having those services addressed in schools, is it's a different type of bureaucracy, different from healthcare, but it's not supposed to be us against them. And there oftentimes is not that feeling by the parent or the foster parent that they're a part of a team and that everyone's working together and that the focus truly is on the child and what's best for the child. So did we have some nitpicky questions today? We did. Because we all know that you can load up expenses till the cows come home. But electricity is expected to be there in the building, whatever building it is. And there's supposed to be running water. And there's supposed to be all of those basic things, particularly if it's in an individual school. Not a separate co-op school, but an individual school. So we can load it up onto a sped expense all we want to. It doesn't address the needs. And some of the needs that we have in our state, there isn't a price for. There's not a cost for the teacher to show up at an IEP meeting. There's not a cost so that as a parent, you hold up the IEP from this year that's being presented to you and last year's IEP, and you see not a single word, not a single letter is different from one year to another. That doesn't demonstrate that a child's changing needs have been addressed in an individual education plan. So I, and obviously others on this committee, will continue to ask the tough questions, because I think our goal is ultimately, what are we doing so that each child in Kansas has a better future? What are we doing today? What can we do tomorrow? What can we do in this next legislative session so that things are actually better for our kids? That's what it's supposed to be about. So I think we have to continue to be looking outside the box, get away from the status quo as far as how we can best meet needs of kids. And some of that, quite frankly, continues to be difficult because it is, as a legislator, it is very difficult to wade through fact and fiction. So we need to have information. And if we have to legislate what it is that's going to be reported, then so be it. But school districts better be here and tell us, until you put it into law, I'm not going to do it. And even then, I'm not so sure that will happen, because we did come up with an instrument, the building assessment. And we know that school districts this year did not use that in their districts, did not use it for every building, that special education educators weren't even there for those meetings to determine what the costs or needs would be. And so, quite frankly, that is one thing that I hear from SPED teachers, from audiologists, from the speech language instructors. They oftentimes never have an opportunity to be at the table when the building administrator is putting together a budget, when a budget is submitted to a school board to approve. And so unless we get school districts to utilize their experts in special education, even then we're not going to get to where we really need to be for our kids. So a lot of it we could move to legislate, but we know from experience that even having it written into law, signed by the governor, doesn't mean that it will become practice. But I think that we're all committed. We're not going to stop working toward that goal. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, and thank you for your words. Committee, I want to encourage you to please turn in your sheet to Gabrielle, scan it, or get an additional one for yourself if you need, or email her. Then she'll give us some insight of everyone's viewpoints, and I look forward to talking about this issue in 2023. So we are adjourned, and thank you so much, staff.